Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievits, and today I'll continue on the ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite included as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist, with the main type of damage being the Vitality damage. When it comes to those of you who are wondering like what are this character's skills allocation as well as his gear at the end game, what he will be capable of doing, how his gear is going to look like, as well as magic augments plus components. I have added the command graph for all of those who are interested mostly in Grim Dawn stream or just general commands. You can type those commands in chat and they will help you either to see how this character is going to look like at level 100, what are the good options for you to play as the beginner, what are good farming spots, as well as general information about the findings and the drop rate of certain items. When it comes to other parts of this playthrough, you can check them out either on the YouTube channel. The links to it will be in the description, or you can check them out later at your own leisure on Twitch Video on Demand. When it comes to my endgame goal of this character, I'm planning to grab a Dark One set at Ultimate difficulty. Well, as soon as I get there. First I need to go there, unlock it and go there. And speaking about the things that I'm doing as of right now, I am just completing all of the optional side quests to get as much experience as possible, as well as to get my friendly factions to revered status. And it will happen sooner already rather than later because of my writs, which give me the bonus reputation to my friendly faction. Well, and we have already our first viewer. Hey, I am online. Hopefully you will enjoy the stream as well as my informative commentary, which I will be doing in the process, like analyzing certain aspects and whatnot. Congratulations on reaching the elite difficulty. That means that we are two. It means that two of us already are playing on elite difficulty. Alright, let's hope I did not forget in what side I need to be running to reach the entrance to the next floor of this place, because I do not want to stay here longer than usual because of the poison and all of this nasty effect, which cannot be mitigated by your resistances. I mean, it works the same way as the ethereal ground, so this is why I worry about this. Yeah, speaking about face tanking certain enemies, it's usually not... Well, unless you're playing like a crazy sword and board build with a lot of defensive abilities stuck upon your character, it's generally not a good thing to face tank with any of your other options, with any of your other archetypes that you're playing. I mean, it also depends mostly on what type of attacks do you recognize that enemies are doing. If it's just regular attacks, it's one thing, but if you are trying to face tank like crazy damaging ability, like, I don't know, for instance, Creek Stomp, or let's say on ultimate difficulty, on elite difficulty, or for example the Sharzul in Bastion of Chaos, he's like for Fire Force Wave, which lowers your resistances by 50%, all of them at the same time. Yeah, it's generally not a good idea to face tank this stuff. Regular attacks, it depends, but most damaging abilities, better to avoid it entirely. Or just bait it. I mean, wait for the animation to start and try to move away as fast as possible. I mean, it sounds easy when I'm saying this, but it actually is a skill that a player must develop to be able to achieve this. So yeah, like, do not take like my words for granted that even I am not capable of dodging all of those dangerous attacks. So from time to time you will see me hitting by them more than usual. Okay, let's run away from those poison effects. Nasty poison. Okay. I mean, Darkest Dungeon has its appeal, to be honest. Like, in my opinion, it has the same unique atmosphere as, for example, Grim Dawn, like dark and greedy, if you know what I'm saying. It's all just, like, depends on your tastes. I mean, everyone is watching what he wants, and also, while... Yeah, like, yeah, no offense, it's just like... my brother has his core audience already for that are coming to watch Darkest Dungeon, and I have my core audience for Grim Dawn stream, so we are switching days back and forward on where we are exactly streaming. And no, to avoid this sort of confusion, I am strongly emphasize you to check from time to time the schedule graph. I mean, if you want to be more specific about it, I'm streaming on Monday, Thursday and Friday Grim Dawn. He's streaming on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Monday, Thursday and Saturday, and he's streaming on Tuesday, Wednesday and Friday. So 3 days of Grim Dawn, 3 days of Darkest Dungeon. But we are utilizing this same channel, so once again, I remind all of you to check like the schedule graph, and if something is unclear, feel free to ask. It's nothing I do not feel, or my brother hasn't feel offended for all of this. We are just trying to elaborate like on some unclear stuff that might occur from all of this. Right, switching back to the Grim Dawn topic, I decided to, right now, from this stream and on the next stream, to go and level up the possession skill, exclusive skill from Occultist, to a soft cap. Just because, not necessarily because of the damage perspective, but because I do want to have the damage absorption from it, as well as the resistances towards chaos damage. Since later on I will be for sure going into the Bastion of Chaos, plus into the fighting those cultists later on in the game, so every piece of defense that I can have against those type of damage is going to be very beneficial, in my opinion. Okay, I will mention what type of rotation you will going to be utilizing as this character as soon as I will clear those annoying slits, as well as Deepmire warriors and whatnot. Alright. Picked up another lore note. Let's read it. So, against most encounters, you will be... it's better to start a fight to just casting Curse of Frailty on them. That's assuming if you have Curse of Frailty at this stage. If you have it, cast your Curse of Frailty preemptively, either on big groups of monsters or smaller ones, but usually start the fight with this skill. Especially if you have already Wendigo Mark on it. It has a high uptime, just cast it once and you'll be good to go. Right after you cast your Curse of Frailty, you should always go for your totems, like this one. Once again, Curse first, then Totems, Wendigo, as well as Storm Totem. Then, as soon as possible, as soon as the cooldown for the next Storm Totem is going to be up, cast it again, and do not just stand on one place, just try to run and bait several attacks of the monsters, or just kite them around your totems. So curse, then your totems with the creation of more storm totems in the process, and then, if necessary, reapply also and apply the Devouring Swarm effect, especially just for the healing purposes, not necessarily because of damage, and resistance reduction. So first kill curse, then your totems, then Devouring Swarm and the Bloody Pox, but that's later down the line if you haven't had. You can cast it even against regular monsters. I mean, if you have it already, feel free to cast it. I'm assuming that you do not have the Bloody Pox at this stage. If you have, like, once again, do your curse, then totems, then do your Devouring Swarm, and then Bloody Pox. So this is the majority. This is how majority of your encounters is going to look like. As well, adding to all of this fact that you need to kite monsters around your totem setup, as well as run around a bit if you have to. If you have to reposition yourself, like from here, just once again start the all of the process from the beginning by recasting your curse, as well as set up your totem. The only difference would be if you encounter Desecrated Shrine or you just spotted an elite or a boss. So instead of going for your curse preemptively, you can create beforehand your totems and then go for curse. But other than that, like I was saying, the majority of your encounters, your fights throughout the game is going to look like the first option that I was describing. Pox is usually good not only against bosses but also against like general heavy hitting monsters and elites, because it reduces not only their health number, as you can see the reduction to enemies' health, but with the help of this skill wasting it reduces their offensive ability, which makes you take even less damage from them from all of the sources, no matter whether it be regular attacks, magical attacks, skills. Well, you get the idea. So this is why it's useful even against regular monsters. Okay, the one thing that I had to mention from the beginning while I was going for my presentation is that I am also utilizing a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to also pick up blueprints, lore notes, components, rare items, as well as highlight my HP bar and monsters HP bar in the same way as you can see the health pool with the green and my minions HP bar. But the sole purpose of me utilizing this mod is to see and check what exactly and what type of damage I'm suffering from the most. Like, as you can see, I'm suffering mostly from acid and physical damage, and the rest of the types of damage is not that critical against my character at this stage. So I can play around my strong points, weak points a bit better, especially in the harder difficulties. So to avoid like getting surprise attacks and to avoid getting confusion from what I am like instantly suffering the most amount of damage. So this you can most certainly play this game even without this mod. It just makes things easier to like quality of life changes than anything else. And especially since I'm playing as a Conjurer who has the vast arsenal of his debuffing skills, this mod also allows you to keep track of your resistance reduction abilities on elites and bosses with the help of icon display, so it makes your life a bit easier to control your character. The other important aspect for you is if you are a beginner, you can watch my edited beginner-friendly video that I had made on the YouTube channel discussing the dangerous attacks from bosses, how you can dodge them, as well as what type of resistances you'll be needing on certain stages of the game. Other aspects include other video for more advanced players, include things like what will await you on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, meaning that what high end game components you want to have on your character, as well as what type of behavior, how exactly the boss fight is going to be changing on later difficulties, meaning higher casting speed, attack speed, a slightly different phases of the fight entirely. So if you want to check this out later at your leisure, you can definitely do it. Okay, after the Raise of the Dead and Devotion points, I would advise you to unlock this guy, Rotosh the Whale Warden. In order to do it, you'll have to put some points into green, I assume, yes, and into the yellow. So, as you can see, my setup includes the... and blue points. The Eel Constellation, the Lotus, the Solemn Watcher, as well as Lantern. So, all of those, like, let me count, 1, 2, 3, and 4, will unlock for you the ability to stick with this guy, to be able to level him up. Once again, like, if you do not have Eel, Lotus, Solemn Watcher, or Lantern, you should unlock them, and after this go for the Ratosh the Whale Warden. Okay, hopefully I will not get shotguns by this slit effect. I mean, she has this ability, yeah, like those shards, which if you're not careful enough could definitely devastate the low HP. I mean, not the low HP, the vast HP numbers of your character. It was a surprise thing that happened to me when I tried to went here on early levels as an occultist, and I had failed miserably. So yeah, like from this point on, I am talking and warning everyone who want to go here and complete this quest that this boss has this ability. Okay, I had cleared this area in its entirety. Let's open up all the remaining chests and go back to Devil's Crossing. You know what I should have done, guys? Also, I should have checked the friendly factions for the presence of a better gear. I mean, I do have some of them at revered status already, but I am mostly interested in the in their jewelry, like rings and amulets, the better one. Because the things that I'm wearing right now is for level 54 and I'm at level 76. Yes, the resistances is the most important parameters that you cannot neglect in this game, no matter at what stage are you playing, no matter at what difficulty are you playing as well. It's actually the multiple layers that will help you achieve a better resistances, whether it be like not only gear, but your defensive skills, such as mine, like for example Blood of Drake with the aspect of the Guardian, which I currently do not have, but will have it in the nearby future, plus the better faction gear, on top of it components, and additionally like your magical augments. As you can see, my magical augments mostly are centered towards dealing damage rather than giving me defense, but on ultimate difficulty I will, or closer to the end of elite difficulty, I will reconsider some of my options in favor of having more protection rather than offensive abilities. Alright, so I wanted to check if they had something. I believe Devil's Crossing does not have anything when it comes to vitality damage. No, level 40 it's too low. This is... yeah. So instead of checking them, I will also check the... yeah, the guys from Old Arkovia, the robbers. I believe they do have something better. Well, at least a bit better.
See anything you like?
Let's type vitality them. Oops, type it wrong. No, level 40 is still too low. Retaliation, I'm not interested. Level 70. Nah, mine is kinda better at this point. Yeah. So just checking some of those. No, it's not advised for you to grind the reputation faction on normal difficulty. You might want to ask why. I will explain to you. On later difficulties, like on Elite and on Ultimate difficulty, you will be getting more faction points by completing the quest, more than on normal difficulty. So grinding it on normal difficulty is not an option. I mean, not a preferred option. You probably should go for closing your faction, your leveling factions, friendly faction with them on Elite difficulty, because you'll be getting more points by default rather than on normal. But if you feel that you have to do it, you can do it even on normal. It will take you more time than necessary. And that's it, basically. So short version, on higher difficulties, you'll be getting more faction points by completing those friendly quests, whether it be main or secondary ones. Alright, so in this area I am going to go, I believe, first to the Steps of Torment. I mean, I can complete the optional quest that this ghost offered me at the start of this area, just to get myself some extra attribute point. And I also should point out like several more things that influence my decision of going until soft cap level with the possession skill. So once again, not necessarily damage, but it's rather the thing that can counteract weaknesses of this character a bit. You remember I was talking about like I should mention like weaknesses once again of this character. One of them is having low damage absorption capabilities. Damage absorption practically reduces all sorts of incoming damage, from whether it be skills, auto attacks, critical attacks, and whatnot. And this character has, first of all, low percentage of it, and second, he does have low variety of the skills which can give him this opportunity to absorb some damage. So this is why picking up and leveling the possession skill until soft cap is going to be important, especially on the later difficulties. That's one aspect. The other aspect, because of his low damage absorption, he also have the low physical resistance. Physical resistance I will be working with to improve with the help of not only possession skill but also the aspect of the Guardian. As you can see, it adds directly some percentage numbers to physical resistance. So those two abilities will most certainly counteract some weaknesses when it comes to playing this character. The advantages of this character, like I was explaining on the previous stream, I will repeat them now, is having outstanding damage capabilities the longer the fight goes. Not necessarily from the start of the fight, but the longer the fight goes, the more damage you'll be dealing. And the second thing that clearly makes a distinction of him between the other characters is great healing options. As long as you are dealing damage to some monsters, you'll be healing from them. And it will most certainly save you from a lot of grim situations or dire situations later down the line. Okay. Alright, an elite had spawned. Let's clear those skeletons out of our way so that they will not bother us. Just roaming around and exploring. Alright, and let's go to... Okay, one more pack of skellies. Okay, let's complete the Steps of Torment. At least first initial areas before I will reach the Skeleton Key door. Oh, and one more thing, since I was mentioning the reputation gains on later difficulties. You will not only going to be able to reach the next level of friendly faction faster on higher difficulties, but you will also going to reach more quickly the infamy with your enemy factions. This will allow you to make the enemy factions bring forward their nemesis boss more faster than, let's say, on normal difficulty. And some builds actually do require some pieces of gear from those nemesis, so perhaps it might be a better option for you. It depends also on your archetype and what character you're playing as general. Okay, let's debuff those guys. Curse those guys. I will be crafting later on a better gear, like with bonuses +1 to Occultist, let's say, because I do need to have those additional points for me to spread them out to my next skills on later stages of this difficulty or on Ultimate. But right now I am more than satisfied with the gear that I am currently wearing. Unless you take into account like some jewelry, but that's the thing that I will improve in the nearby future.
Can't do that yet.
Sometimes some skeletons will appear right here, right at the entrance of those stairs, so this is why I try to preemptively create more totems before stepping into the next corridor. Oh, and I forgot to mention the other thing that I had already started to improve on this character. I had created some and applied some endgame components, like, for example, that give me more defensive parameters. For example, I had applied crafted the Ugdenbok ladder and applied it onto my boots as well as onto my belt instead of anti-venom. As you can see, if you compare, like, I do not have anti-venom with me, but Ugdenbok ladder gives the same number of poison and acid resistance. On top of it, it gives 30 defensive ability. Once again, it makes by default your character tough to deal with, and it also gives bleeding resistance. So the next option for me would be like to go for This blueprint I have already learned, so I can only sell it. I cannot click on it. As you can see, it will not going to let me do anything with it. So yeah, the next option for me to improve my defense, especially against pierce resistance, since I do not have pierce resistance on soft cap level, is to craft the spell scorched metal, I believe, or something like this. It gives elemental resistance, defensive ability, as well as resistance towards piercing damage. So all in all, good stuff. This is actually a better ring than the ones that I am having. The one that I'm having right now. Okay. Got a bit lucky because of this. As soon as I will go back in town, I'll replace this ring with one of mine. And also, the gear that I'm currently wearing and that I was wearing previously was acquired by self-found method, so nothing was preemptively crafted or prepared before I had started this playthrough, so this not only makes this whole run a self-found run, it also makes the whole thing to be a beginner-friendly category rather than for those who just have, like, on certain levels, waiting for them whole sets of armor and weapons. I am not one of those players. It's not a complete run from scratch, since I do have certain components as well as blueprints for defense and offense, but when it comes to gear that I'm collecting, like I was explaining, this is all basically self-found. Self-found, self-crafted. Okay, well, I should also mention, yes, it's a subjective bonus, but I had seen how it works more often than usual. It's actually how well this character is capable of dealing with large number of monsters, because his skills works in a good area of effect, meaning that by few touches of your buttons you will be able to clear, if not whole screen at once, but most of it. Most certainly, especially at later stages of the game. I did went into this area because I do know about the Desecrated Shrine, and this is my opportunity to fight against several elites at the same time. Once again, the quicker option to make the Nemesis boss appear faster, and perhaps even gather some better items from them. I believe I had encountered 2 of those chests already in this place. Alright, so as you can see, as an exception from the rule, you see Desecrated Shrine, you first create your totems until you engage in a fight against those enemies. Not vice versa. Yeah, some of them can actually spawn behind the wall, so this is why the encounter will not stop until you will not end until you kill all of those enemies. I actually haven't checked how much faction I gained, well, infamy I gained for Darkovian Undead. Let's see. Oh, it's still a long way to go until the Nemesis. To be precise, almost 8,000. Alright, let's continue clearing this area in its entirety. Scared? Do you mean scales? If scales, then yes, Vitality Decay scales with Vitality damage. It basically adds extra damage on top of your abilities. Yes, you're right, it scales with Vitality damage. Alright, an Elite. My skeletons are following and attacking the target that they are able to reach by their like on their own by default. So I am not controlling them, and my skeletons, due to the higher level that they have, higher level being Race of the Dead constellation, they are living longer than initially, and they are having more resistance reduction as well as movement speed reduction at the same time, like higher than on initial levels. So this is why, yes, they are linked to Bloody Pox. So this is why they are, you'll see them more than often either near me or closer to my enemies. Be warned about the spamming Bloody Pox, because this is yet another skill that has a high mana consumption, so, and it works as a disease, so in the same order as Devouring Swarm. It takes 1 second until the effect starts to spread either to one target or nearby target, and you do not have to like spam it more often. Instead, you just have to cast it once and let the effect take control, and just recast it after, like, how long does it take? How long does it last? It lasts for the 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, you just recast it again, and that's it.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, so this guy, be wary of his grenades, especially on higher difficulties. They have a higher resistance reduction number attached to them, as well as higher damage by default. Other than that, he should not present to you any problem. It's just that you can get unlucky and quote-unquote eat whole barrage of his grenades at your face. Alright, I do need to get back in town and sell all of this stuff before entering through the skeleton key door, because otherwise I will not able to teleport from there. So let's quickly do this. Yeah, oh, and especially I am going to equip the newly found ring, like the legendary ring that I was able to find. Also, once again, as a reminder, the most damaging thing that you can find when it comes to vitality damage And Vitality Decay is the combination of words Void Harbinger. It also will grant you a tremendous amount of resistances on top of this item. But do know that this item is this combination of words you will encounter very rare throughout your playthrough, so just be on the lookout for it. You practically can sell every other item that does not have like Void Harbinger effect on it. For the most part, there are some exceptions, but for the most part, yeah, like Void Harbinger are your best in slot go-to option when it comes to the combination of stats that it will provide you. Alright, this ring. I can show it to you in a second. What do I mean by it? I do have some of my items in my... some of those items in my stash. As soon as I'll sell it, I'll show it to you what do I mean by it. It's basically those ending two words. As you can see, some of them have like off soul wording, of Amarastas Flurry, of Slaughter, and on some of those items there will be written like off Void Harbinger. But once again, I will show it to you exactly what do I mean, and I will highlight the numbers of your stats that you will be having once you decide to equip this item on you. You can get unlucky and get those combination of words or on something like two-hander weapon, like ranged or melee, which is not your preferable option when you play as a Conjurer. Alright, I do need to sell some of... yeah, like this one and this one. Those blueprints I am safely selling.
Put it to good use. Safe storage, no question.
Put this thing here. This I need to learn. This I will keep. Alright, so... as you can see, Void Harbinger, it gives vitality like stanching Raider Gauntlets of the Void Harbinger. It has vitality, damage, decay, chaos damage, a bunch of resistances on top of it, like chaos, elemental, bleeding, and as well as freezing duration. Once again, it's a rare item, rare combination of words. Like I'm talking about Void Harbinger. You will not see them that often throughout your playthrough. But if you are lucky enough to collect some of those items, try to not sell them. Try to like collect them for future playthroughs, future characters. They can be picked up randomly. They cannot be crafted. You can pick them up randomly from monster, common monster, elite, stash. It's complete luck, nothing else. Alright, I do need to... I was initially going to like equip the better gear that I had from that I previously collected, like those better pants. +2 Wendigo Totem, +2 Bloody Pox, and what about this helmet? Yes, and this helmet perhaps as well. It does have the less HP numbers, but it has some additional benefits like reduces freezing duration, as well as ether resistance, a bunch of ether resistance, actually even higher than mine. And when it comes to elemental resistance, unless you take into account the fire aspect, like let's see. And this thing, yes, I will be collecting like Silk Swatch, as well as I will be putting some Wardstone to pump up my elemental resistance instead of ether resistance. Okay, let's actually do this. Plus the ring. I do want to go with the ring. Perhaps instead of this one, because Drain Essence and Calidor Tempest is kinda the thing that I do not want. And yeah, that gives +1 skill to Necromancer, which it has +2 to Wendigo Totem Toll. Nah, I'll keep it for now, as it is. So let's go with the crafting of those components. Do I have this elemental stuff with me? Nope, I do not. I need to craft them. And I type it wrong. Elemental. I do have one, but it can add on amulet and medals only. Actually, when it comes to chaos resistance, I am more than fine. So instead of this one, I will be crafting. I will show it to you a component that you can use to pump up your elemental resistance even higher, which can be utilized in helmets. So yeah, let's do this. This can be safely discarded. This I need to learn. So yeah, let's bring our resistances back to, if not normal, but closer to it. This just keeps an add-on and reapplies it in here. And same thing goes with the silks. Actually, no, I should craft instead of a silk squash, you know, I should show it to you directly what I mean by components that gives not only pierce resistance, but the elemental as well, if I can craft it. I'm talking about spell scorched plating, so you do need to have, for one, you have to have like 4 rune stones, which can be used in head armor, as well as 4 resilient plating. I can craft out 4 of them. What about rune stones? I cannot craft them because I do need to have a lot of ward stones. Okay. And let's craft the rune stones. Okay. Apply 1 into the head armor just to have extra elemental plus ether resistance. And go for the spell scorched plating that I can apply into the armor pants. Once again, I typed it wrong, completely wrong, sorry. Spell scorched plating, come on. As you can see, this character is shaping up a bit when it comes to these new components that he is capable of having. I actually, to be honest, I should remove one of the silk swatch from heavy chest and instead put yet another spell scorched plating. Yeah, like it would be super useful to have. Alright, let's do this. So, same procedure. First I need to craft rune stone. Yeah, like a bunch of ward stones. Okay, okay. Got it. Then rune stones. This is, once again, this is not a waste of your material, because pumping up your defenses and reapplying higher end game components such as end game like Ogdenblock leather, excuse me, or spell scorched plating is by default the thing that you will have to do if you want to complete more easier, higher difficulties. I believe you do need 4 runestones, if I'm not mistaken. Already forgot how much you need. Yeah, you have to have extra. Okay, runestone. And resilient plating, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, four of this. Let's craft yet another spell scorched plating. And apply it this time instead of our silk swatch in armor. Alright, where is this inventor lady? Yep, there she is. Let's not accidentally click on keep the add-on. Yeah, so as you can see, things are shaping up to a better side than on Wars. It still hasn't reached the soft cap level yet, because I believe the finishing touches of it is to remove anti-venom self and put yet another plating on my belt, and this will be a final nail in the coffin, quote unquote. Sanctuary relic. Well, let me show it to you what types of relic you can use if you were able to find a blueprint. I mean, I still do not have any possible relic on this game, but if you type vitality damage on level 25, you could have crafted the vitality damage or decay such as gluttony empowered relic. I believe I was using this one when I was leveling. Then after, if you have reached the higher numbers, higher levels, you can craft this thing called Torment. This is actually a relic that I'm currently wearing. And if you go even higher, like I already at the stage need to craft a better relic, but I still haven't done this as just yet. On higher levels, you might go with the Soleil Decimation, because Ouroboros Reaping, yeah, it's good and all, but it has +1 skill to Necromancer, which, if you are playing Conjurer, it's a combination between Shaman and Occultist. So yeah, once again, like from the beginning after the Sanctuary, if you have this opportunity, craft the Gluttony and then go for Torment. I mean, if you have Torment, you can just forget about Gluttony and go straight for the Torment. Because I do not think that in its other requirements for crafted, it includes Gluttony. Nope, it doesn't. So yeah, where was I? Yeah, I should have crafted the additional ward stones and turned them into rune stones. And resilient plating. Resilient. Yes, my poison and acid resistance will suffer, to be honest, but the thing is that when I will level up, I will put like 1 point into... How much 1 point give me into the poison and acid? Already 10%, so it's kinda... Like, I'm thinking about not putting any points to the next level in possession and going straight to Aspect of the Guardian, because I will be removing anti-venom self, and I need to compensate this by putting some points into Aspect of the Guardian instead. So, yeah, where was I? Yeah, Spell Scorched Plating, come on. Spell Scorched Plating.
Tinkering is my specialty.
Alright, so let's remove anti-venom cell from the belt that I'm currently using, and instead putting on it the third spell scorch plating. So as you can see, 2 Ugden block ladders, 3 spell scorch plating I was able to craft. And this is how my resistances are looking at the current state of the game on elite difficulty. So the one thing that I am need to worry about and that I will most definitely close is elemental damage does not scale with vitality damage. So if we are talking about damage resistance, if we are talking about damage parameters. If we are talking about defensive parameters, you do have to have a separate component for vitality resistance, which is this thing, Red Skull, and separate components for elemental damage. Alright, this helmet I believe I will save just because it has a sanctified bone on it, and I am not having vast quantities of the Chthonic Seals of Binding. So saving this stuff will be better for future. Alright, everything has been done? Most definitely it is. So let's go back and finally clear the 4th and 5th floor of Steps of Torment. And generally speaking, Occultist, well, either if you are playing with the secondary or as your main character an Occultist, if you're picking Occultist, you should not have to worry about poison and acid resistance that much at later stages of the game, just because you will have the aspect of the Guardian, which grants a lot of free acid resistance. It's just that for now I do have to kind of manipulate parameters back and forward to achieve the necessary soft cap level. But later on I will most definitely, when it comes to vitality resistance, that's the thing that I will not be worried of that much. Alright, I am going to go straight for... Okay, I heard this right. I am already establishing whether or not a group of monsters has appeared because of the sound that they are creating. Not necessarily seeing them, but just hearing them. So I was about to say that I will go head first into the Steps of Torment Death Room. Yes, this thing. When it comes to Death Room, like in general, it's the easiest Death Room of them all to clear, especially when you take into account how this character operates. So the longer the fight goes, you will be able to most certainly debuff whole room with your abilities. Like, you will not even care that much about those monsters. As you can see, this is exactly what happened. Okay, let's continue. Putting some points into aspect of the Guardian might look to be a waste, like instead of going into possession. But the thing is, you should be, like I was saying, you should be worried of closing your, not only your damage absorption, but physical resistance as well with this character in the later stages of the game, that is. It's not in the beginning, but on Elite and especially on Ultimate, you should have your protection as high as possible. Like, I can talk a bit and analyze more the exclusive skill of Occultist in comparison with the exclusive skill of a Soldier. Well, the one that I was using anyway, called the all-around threat. So when it comes to exclusive skill of a Soldier, his skill gives mostly damage, as well, like physical, internal trauma damage, as well as movement speed. I believe it does not give any protection against certain type of damage. So yeah, like it mostly catered towards boosting up your offensive game rather than your defensive. But when it comes to Occultist, it has several like unique defensive options. One of them is, like I was saying, combination of some damage absorption percentage numbers as well as chaos resistance. The one thing that I found that is clearly a unique trait of an Occultist skill is the fact that it protects you from, like, it has a 100% skill disruption protection, meaning that if you cast your abilities, nothing will be able to stop you from doing so, because you'll know that some monsters have the.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, as soon as I recast it, yep. Okay, so you know that some monsters have the ability to stun, petrify you, freeze you, and whatnot, and thusly they will prevent you from casting your skills on them. But if you have the possession up and going, you will be protected from all of those nasty stuff. Okay, you're more than welcome to be here at any time, and I will gladly answer all of your questions about Grim Internals, other stuff concerning this game, or just general question. Alright, let's debuff them as much as possible. I mean, I have cleared the right passage, and I'm most certainly going to go for the Golem boss as well in this place. By the way, the one thing that they will add in a future content update concerning the new stuff, which you will be seeing, well, every one of us who will play this game, is the fact that from this Golem, which is a boss you can find higher up on the ladder, on the stairs, you'll have the ability to gain from him a MI ring, which can be one of the things that you might require for certain builds. Okay, so let's go further. Let's actually clear the left area. Oh, no one is here. Well, yeah, they are all upstairs. Yes, with the Golem, same procedure as before, just it's a prolonged fight. You will be able to stack your totems as high as possible, so no worries right there. Just remember to kite, heal, debuff him, and you'll be good to go and have no problem against him. This is his first phase, now it's his second one. As you can see, no big deal. He is dying slowly but surely. Especially now, since I do have a lot of resistance reduction abilities. I should start mentioning the fact that for those who might decide to play with this character, you should be mindful of certain aspects that he is required from you, from a player, to have. What do I mean by this? You must have a good, at least decent microcontrolling abilities as well as map awareness, because of how vulnerable this character is throughout the leveling stages, and how he is required to play around his setup more often than not, meaning his totem setup. You cannot just go ham into your enemies and expect like a best result from it. The other aspect is you do have to keep track of all of your resistance reduction abilities as well as your cooldown when it comes to totems. Other offensive abilities like Bloody Pox as well, whether they have run out or not. For you to get like the maximum efficiency when it comes to healing or damaging aspect, you have to utilize all of your skill panel. I mean, as you can see, I have this much abilities as of yet. I do not have the one ability that it's missing. It's the Sigil of Consumption, which I will be adding later on, and I am utilizing all of them in a fight, just because if you will not do so, you'll be losing quite large numbers of your damage or of your healing potential, depending on what you're trying to achieve in a fight. This might discourage some of you, like you are definitely going to get accustomed to all of this through the time and experience. It will not come in an instant. As long as you put some time and effort to it and learn how this character plays out, like in general, you should not be having like any significant problems. And especially if you'll be able to learn a tougher character to control when it comes to more easier characters, they will look to you as a joke to control, like in a fight or just in general. I initially was playing like a Death Knight combination between Soldier and Necromancer, physical Death Knight, so you can imagine how I was very unfamiliar and I was thrown out of the comfort zone in an instant when I decided to play as a second character, and I decided to go with the Conjurer. Right now I am accustomed to most of his stuff, but initially in the beginning I was making some mistakes and I was struggling quite often because I was trying to approach this character with a mindset or with the same mindset as a Death Knight. This led to some unfortunate deaths in the beginning, but later on things most certainly got changed to a better way, not to a worse, so yeah, all is well that ends well, as they used to say. I am not trying to discourage anyone who might try this character, I am just trying to say up front what are his weaknesses are, what are his strengths, and vice versa. Oh, I said it wrong. I said like as they used to say, not as they used to say. Yeah, wrong time. Wrong verb time, sorry. Sorry for my bad English. Alright, let's clear all those skellies. Yeah, some verbs can be difficult to say in a correct time, in a correct fashion. especially if in your head like you are confusing some languages. I mean, I do know like English, Russian, and Swedish to a degree. So, and some Romanian language, but mostly I am capable of understanding it rather than say something on it. So, in my head, there is a bit of a confusion when it comes to proper tenses, verbs, and whatnot. I am trying to improve from time to time, but I am nowhere near close to perfect standards. No, we have finished our university studies, university degree, master degrees. I had finished it on English language, my brother had finished it in the philology, when it comes to English and Russian language. But that's not to say that our learning curve has stopped from there. We still are studying, like continuously studying some new phrases and words from whether it be from English language or from any other languages. It's just that practice makes perfect, and we are trying to speak in different languages and trying to improve day by day. Right, so instead of going straight to Alchemist, I'm going to clear this area in its entirety first, perhaps for a chance of collecting better jewelry, better rings or amulets. Let's open up this chest. I am going to be also crafting, like I was explaining, an items that will give +1 to Occultist skills a bit later, once I will figure out what is considered to be like a best option at a given situation. So it's just that right now I am capable of going through the content without having significant struggle. And I'm mostly concerned about my like better defensive components rather than better items in general. And as you might have seen previously, I was able to craft a lot of those spell scorched platings, as well as the Ugdenbach leather, which I had applied to my boots and shoulders. And it had give me more defensive parameters to work with. From a fresh start, if you're looking for a defensive parameter, you will most certainly go for relic that gives you, I believe it has a proc on it. It's called Serenity. No, it's I might remember this wrong, but I believe it's called Serenity, the thing that gives you elemental resistance once you are getting hit. It has a chance of giving those resistances to you. But if you're looking to pump up a specific damage, like let's say you're playing as a fire damage user or a physical damage, there are other options, but I believe it's not already from a fresh start. You do have to have character at level... Well, some of it can be crafted from level 18 and applied, but some of them requires for you to be at level 25. For instance, this guy, he does not have a direct vitality damage at level 18. He starts to have it at level 25 when it comes to relic. Yes, the initial relic at level 18, they serve more as a like jumping point or a good, how should I say it? Well, something to have for you until you reach like level 25. If you have already like good enough relics at level 25 and you want to like be as safe as possible when it comes to reaching this level threshold. Like I was saying, you cannot go wrong by just crafting the, I believe it's called either Serenity? Yeah, the relic that gives you defensive ability at level 18, and then wait a bit until level 25 to create a better one, better relic. Hello, Ward0102. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling great, playing Grim Dawn on Hardcore Elite, clearing out the final level of Steps of Torment as a Conjurer, combination with Vitality, excuse me, with the Shaman and Occultist, and dealing Vitality damage on a process. Oh, and also since we do have more people around here, I should mention some important stuff. I have added the commands for Grim Dawn. As you can see, I believe they are 4 commands, like build, farm, drop, as well as beginning. If you type them in chat, the chatbot will automatically set to you like useful tips that I have written on it. In case there's something unclear, you can ask me directly. You can ask the question directly in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. All right. If you just started your elite difficulty on Arcanist, I assume by default that you are the Arcanist. I do not have an experience from an Arcanist player, but when it comes to from a caster perspective, I assume he also have like some problems with vitality, with physical resistance as well as damage absorption. So my like general tip for you is to play starting from elite difficulty and moving to the ultimate as safe as possible, meaning that do not go head first into dangerous situation unless you sure in your abilities to kill mobs quickly before they get to you. Generally speaking, like the more squishier version of a caster tend to rely on the hit and run technique rather than standing on one place and hitting monsters until they are going to die. I mean, this is a mostly an, how should I put it, an option for those who are more tankier, like melee casters, for example, Death Knight with the Force Wave. He does have a good tankiness capabilities, so because of his damage absorption. But when talking about pure Arcanist as well as Conjurer, those are the character archetypes which are benefited more from a not only hit and run technique, but also from kiting, running, moving through the battlefield more efficiently, rather than just standing on one place and hitting monsters with your spells. That's the tip when it comes to moving through the battlefield. The other tip is that I can give to you: start to craft if you are closer to level 75 threshold. You should start preparing more end game components, like for instance the spell scorched plating, which gives more health, pierce resistance, and elemental resistance, and it can be utilized in all armor. Then, like Ogdenbach leather, if you have already this blueprint, you should craft this component as well. Physical resistance when it comes to the how should I put it, like best physical resistance for elite difficulty, and for the ultimate difficulty this number varies from like 20-ish until the 30%. For some characters you can have even more than 40%, but that's generally speaking those who have like high physical resistance that are by default is present on their items. But when it comes to casters, your numbers would be like should be at the end of the elite closer to like 20-ish%. Because you, when looking into your skill setup as well as some components, there isn't not a lot of options for casters to have great value when it comes to physical resistance. They have to reserve on their mobility most of the time, if you know what I'm trying to say, rather than just standing and taking a hit. I believe you can. The thing is that there are components that can help you increase your numbers of physical resistance, as well as items like having better items in general and skills. But you should be mostly worried of not only physical resistance, but those resistances like in general, if you have them overcapped or closer to soft cap numbers like 80 or above. Because starting from elite, and especially this is going to be noticeable on ultimate, when you are getting debuffed, like when your resistances reduction are getting lowered, they are gonna be lowered so drastically that you will practically be a bit astonished by how high. Like for instance, let's take the example with the Sharzul from Bastion of Chaos. I believe on elite and on ultimate difficulty, his numbers when it comes to resistance reduction is going to be increased. On normal difficulty, he reduces your resistances by 50%, on elite and on ultimate by 60 and by 70%, and all of them, not only one element, all of them. Yes, he only has this skill attached to one of his abilities, but if you are not lucky enough, or if you are got hit by this ability, do know that all of your defensive parameters will be lowered significantly on higher difficulties. I hope my answer was sufficient enough, but still, if something is unclear, feel free to ask it in chat. Yeah, those large stacks of potion is basically another thing that is attached to the mod called Grim Internals. It allows you to also stack up this potion so high, like until 630 numbers, as well as 999 numbers, and even higher, but the stack already starts to create itself from scratch, like as you can see, Tonic of Mindings, as well as 999 and here 28. So it's a mod function. This is not present by default in game. Right, so I have cleared everything in this area. The only obstacle is to kill a last boss in it. By the way, one thing about the boss of this area, which I have noticed on higher difficulties, he does have a higher casting speed and attack speed, plus his pools, which he will create, as you remember, like those blue pools which deals cold damage to your character, they will last longer, meaning that you will have to move around more carefully throughout the whole area in which you're going to fight him against.
That skill's not ready.
I almost made a mistake and ran into the pool itself without even paying that much attention to it. Yeah, as you can see, they last way longer than usual. On normal difficulty, you will, at this stage, one of his pools most definitely is going to disappear, but on higher difficulties it will force you to play a bit more strategic while kiting him. Alright, now that he's defeated, let's open up his chests. The skill in the form of Red Wave is actually a proc that you can see on the Torment Relic. It has a 25% chance to appear when I am hitting monsters, and it has the vitality damage on it, as well as total speed and physical resistance reduction. So once again, this is the skill that I had acquired from this relic. And there is another skill which you can see from time to time, a red lightning that strikes from the sky. It's actually a Doombolt ability, which has a 33% chance of appearing when I am critically attacking my foes. Alright, so yeah, those are all trash items. I'm not going to even pick them up. Let's go back in town and sell all of the things that I had collected. And actually, while I am at Broken Hills territory, I should bring with me the Runestone of Dreek to complete the second part of the Hidden Path questline. Yeah, this is my second visit in town, and I still haven't spotted any Void Harbinger items. Like, this is how rare it is to eventually collect them and see them with your own eyes. I'm talking about these two words, like, of the Void Harbinger. Well, first of all, I do not think that there is a respecking option into a second class build. You probably meant that you want to add a second class. At what level you want to add a second class build? The thing is, if you are playing a Death Knight, my recommendation to you is to go with a Necromancer skill tree as soon as you will be finished with leveling of your Force Wave, either Force Wave or Cadence, until their respective soft cap. Soft cap is basically means until you're going to get like 12 out of 12 or 16 out of 16. And as soon as you will be able to achieve to get an exclusive skill to soft cap level. For instance, you are playing a Soldier, and Soldier has an exclusive skill. If you're playing with a shield, you probably want to pick Menhir Bulwark, or if you're playing with the two-hander Force Wave, you want to pick like All-Around Threat. If you had managed to complete all of the skill, like 3 line, until it's soft cap, as well as pick up exclusive skill from a Soldier, then only after this go for Necromancer. Yeah, so you were playing the same way like I was playing when I was leveling Death Knight. I was going with the spammable Force Wave and a two-hander, and I had managed to level the Force Wave up until its soft cap as well as all-around threat. And only after this I had switched to the Necromancer. I have picked from him Spectral Binding, Spectral Rat, as well as Mark of Torment. So yeah, like leveling, once again, short version, go for Force Wave, exclusive skill with the Soldier, then switch to Necromancer, pick up his Spectral Rat, Spectral Torment, as well as Mark of Spectral Binding, Spectral Binding, Spectral Rat, and Mark of Torment. When all of this setup has been complete, return back to Soldier and start leveling his Field Command, his War Cry, his resistance abilities such as Scars of Battle as well as Decorated Soldier, his like Battle Fury, well, the ability that procs when you're getting hit, and also the passive that gives you like more health in general. So in this, I would recommend you to level with this order. Short version, once again, go for Force Wave and exclusive skill, then go into Necromancer skill tree, pick from him those 3 abilities that I have mentioned, Spectral Binding, Spectral Red, as well as Mark of Torment, level them up, and then return to Soldier. When you return to Soldier, focus on your defensive and offensive abilities like Field Command, War Cry, Decorated Soldier, and finish the leveling process by upgrading your skills. To make Force Wave hit faster, you do have to have more casting speed. Because Force Wave requires you to... Ravenous Earth? Well, the thing is that Ravenous Earth is an ability, if I'm not mistaken, that is mostly catering towards poison, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. I believe it's mostly towards poison builds rather than physical / internal trauma builds. Yeah, so the thing is that Force Wave is a spell that is highly dependent on how much casting speed you have, not necessarily how much attack speed you have. Yeah, so as you can see, the Ravenous Earth is mostly, if you... Let me rephrase it this way. If you are going to go for the mostly for Vitality / Poison build, then yes, you can utilize Ravenous Earth, or you can put one point into Ravenous Earth just to use it as a Constellation proc. For instance, you can attach to Ravenous Earth like a Raise the Dead ability or whatever the case might be. But when it comes to using Ravenous Earth as a main damage dealer for a physical build, nah, I do not recommend you to go with this. So once again, just go for physical Force Wave, like I was explaining to you, exclusive skill from a Soldier, Spectral Binding, Spectral Red from Necromancer, and Mark of Torment, and then after all of those, return to Soldier and grab his defensive abilities. So I was selling items. Yep, let's do this. Let's sell some stuff. Yeah, like... majority of those items are not that useful. Well, at least for me at this stage. Oh, I had managed to collect a blueprint for one-handed axe. I will learn it as soon as I finish selling all of those extra items. I haven't spotted yet this Void Harbinger effect on any of my items that I am selling. And finally, yeah, the last slot. Nothing, okay. Let's learn quickly those two blueprints.
Got something you need stashed?
Puts everything extra into stash and continue. I forgot to sell this and continue going through the campaign. And also the Stone of Dreek, yes, I have not forgotten about this. Because I am going to go for the second part of the Hidden Path.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Alright, into the Broken Hills. There will be also a point when I will going to craft a better relic, but the thing is that it requires a lot of time to just sit and do this on stream, when also talking about like components and crafting lesser relics. So it's one thing to craft the defensive components, the even endgame ones. It's completely other thing to craft the higher level relic, especially for level 90, just because it requires so much busy work to get all of your setup, to get all of your other relics beforehand. This is why I do not like to just sit here and showing to my viewers how I am crafting those relic, this relic. Yes, and when I was crafting, like when I was playing as a Death Knight and I had decided to craft a relic called Doom for level 90, I was crafting it, no joke, for like 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Just going back and forward and memorizing all of the setup, all of those items that I am requiring. So yeah, it also depends on what relic do you actually need on certain characters.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, kiting him a bit.
That skill's not ready.
Yes, it's a thing that occurs later down the line when you are leveling your any of your character. When you are reaching level 50 or above, you are getting only 2 points, and I believe if you are going to reach level 85 or level 90, I do not remember exactly, you'll be getting only 1 skill points per leveling up. So I had managed to complete this second hidden path questline. And yes, I do believe that it's a boring thing to show on stream, how am I just sitting and crafting a more powerful relic.
Can't do that. That skill's
Alright. I am searching for this harpy in this territory that I need to kill, well, the quest one. Farming new gear. I can give you a recommendation to farm new gear. Well, first of all, I should recommend you to utilize the farm command. It will show to you where you can exactly farm your new and more powerful gear depending on how strong your build is at the current state. And that's when it comes to command. That's when it comes to if you want to type like exclamation mark command. But when it comes to mentioning it in more detail, if you are strong enough or moderately strong to handle ancient grove territory, as well as, no, not the exclamation mark command, this is, yes, the farm command, I believe it's called.
That skill's not
All of the list of commands you can find on the Twitch page. There you will see the specific commands like general as well as for Grim Dawn.
that skill's not ready.
If you want me to add more detail to it, I'm able to definitely do this. Like, let's say you are capable of going through the Ancient Grove or Tomb of Heretic without any problem. That means that you are most certainly is going to have a better chance of acquiring more powerful loot from those places. As well, if you are capable of going through the Shattered Realm from level 30 to level 50, if you are moderately strong and confident in your abilities, this is yet another place for you to go for if you are once again looking for a better gear. Hopefully it helps. If something is still unclear, you can freely ask it in chat. You can still, well, until developers haven't yet reduced the chance of you finding a better items on normal difficulty, even in Shattered Realm. So yes, I am still recommending for you to utilize Shattered Realm even on normal difficulty, because it scales to your character level. But the most important thing for you to deduce from it, to get from, is how powerful is your build. If you are capable of easily going through level 1 through 30 on Shattered Realm, and you are looking for a better place to farm your powerful items, then go for level 30 until 50. So yes, even on normal you can most definitely do this. Shattered Realm is a zone, well, it's a game mode in itself that is only accessible in the Forgotten Gods. It's not a separate DLC like, for example, Crucible. If you had bought Forgotten Gods, then this means by default that you already have access to Shattered Realm as long as you had managed to reach this location, this area. But Crucible, for instance, is the thing that you need to buy separately. Yeah, also if you had played like Diablo 3, for instance, there is a similar mechanic, well, similar type of dungeon called Greater Rift. If you are only at the beginning of your progression, like for instance, let's say you had beat the game and you beat Forgotten Gods on normal difficulty, but you still are not strong enough, you do not feel that you are strong enough to play through the higher levels of Shattered Realm, you can easily go for, let's say, level 1 through 30. Have you started this Shattered Realm on Elite or on normal difficulty? Because it's the big deal. It's actually... Yeah, it's... well, at the beginning you should have went to the normal mode, not the Elite. It's tough to complete this on Elite unless you had beaten this difficulty in its entirety and you had already like items for level, let's say, 84 or above, like all of them. I am recommending to go for it only on normal difficulty as a starting point for you to farm your better items, especially if you tend to not have like best damage output or healing or tankiness parameter at this stage of the game. You can try to just go for it. I mean, nothing terrible would happen from it. You can just see for yourself what type of gear you will be acquiring from it. At least you should not have any problems with it if you want to complete at least initial levels, like through 1 through 10 or 1 through... To enter the Shattered Realm, you first need to teleport to the Conclave of the Tree in this area and speak with the NPC. Like, if you come down from the ladder to the left, you'll speak to one of the NPCs near those big statues, and he will open up a Shattered Realm rift for you to go through. Okay. If we are not going to mention, like, let's say, the Shattered Realm, and we are just going to talk mostly about the roguelike dungeons which are present in vanilla game or in DLC, I would recommend for those of you who consider that their build is weak at the current state, go for the Steps of Torment. Then, if you are moderately strong, go for Bastion of Chaos or Port Valbury. And if you are considered to be even stronger, then try to go for Bastion of Chaos or the Tomb of... Excuse me, not the Bastion of Ancient Grove or the Tomb of Heretic. As soon as you'll defeat... As soon as you will defeat those monsters, you can talk with this NPC again, or with the one that are standing on the right, I do not remember exactly. And from this point on, he should open to you a portal. You're not going to mistake it with anything else. And when it comes to, like, farming for gear, a good idea before max level, it depends on your current situation. Allow me to elaborate this. If you are not capable of buying a better gear from friendly faction, or let's say that your build requires to have a certain component or whole armor set itself that you want to acquire even before going into the maximum level, you most definitely can farm even before reaching level 100, which is a maximum level in this game. I was doing this myself when I was playing as a Death Knight, and at the end of the Elite, before going into the Ultimate, I went and I farmed Creek equipment, Creek armament, and by doing so I was able to get a power spike, which helped me a lot, especially on initial levels of the Ultimate difficulty. So it's only a matter of, like, whether or not you able to find and equip a better equipment or buy from your friendly factions, or you want to specifically look for a certain item that drops from a certain boss or area and you just have to target farm them. Okay, and as soon as I will open up a waypoint in the next area, I will show it to you, like how you can access the Shattered Realm, even on normal difficulty. Because it looks like you are doing something wrong, but nothing terrible will come from it. You just have to wait a bit. I will show it to you directly on stream with whom you need to talk and what you need to press to access the Shattered Realm. It's just that right now, I actually can't even show it to you right now and speak to the, not change the difficulty, just speak to the NPC on Elite. Okay, so you were able to find the entrance to it. Congratulations. Let's continue.
That skill's not ready.
Open up this waypoint. When it comes to, like I was saying earlier, like on previous streams and parts, when it comes to Nemesis bosses, I had only fought against 4 of them. 2 of them I had fought against in DLC areas, and the 2 more I had fought on ultimate difficulty in the main campaign.
That skill's not ready.
So when it comes to other types of enemies, especially those bosses, I do not know what they are capable of doing, what are the optimal tactic against them,
That skill's not ready.
so on and so forth. When it comes to how Shattered Realm works, you basically, when you are killing your opponents, you are gaining your resource, which is right here closer to your minimap. As soon as you kill enough of them, the portal will open to the next area, and you can teleport directly to the next level. If you will complete 5 of them, at the end of, I believe, 5th level, you will be faced against a boss, and as soon as you'll complete the 5th level, you'll be having an option either to continue go on the deeper levels or to get your reward. And that's it.
That skill's not ready.
No, you can kill either common monsters or elite. The general thing that you want to look for is whether or not you are able to fill up your bar, like this bar, when you are in the Shattered Realm. As soon as you will be filling it to full, you can teleport to the next level.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, against those trolls, the vitality damage, like I was initially saying, it's super useful because they do have higher HP numbers, and like I was explaining before, the higher HP numbers monsters have, the more damage you'll be dealing to them.
Can't do that yet.
Especially if you apply like resistance reduction abilities. No, it's actually a unique thing. Yeah, like this Yeti that you are talking about right now. Splits into 2 and then once again into 2. This is his unique trait. All of the Nemesis bosses have their own perks and abilities, which you need to be careful of. They are not the same at all. They also have their own damage types as well.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, I know how you are feeling. I was also scared because with every Nemesis bosses, before engaging in a fight against them, I was applying those ointments, and I had my, yeah, this crystal that gives you extra damage absorption for a certain seconds. So as you can say, like full arsenal of those defensive abilities up and ready if something goes wrong. And yet still, like, the most difficult fight that I have against, well, first I was also like, remember the first Nemesis that I had fought was also this Yeti that splits into 2, and I had fought him at this area. Let me show it to you exactly, at the Ugdenbach. He spawned right here, and I was kiting him for like 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Like hitting and running with the force wave, and I was able to overcome this fight. The next time Nemesis that I had fought him in the Crown Hill. It was an Archmage, Alexander, and he was actually not that tough to begin with. He only had like one damaging, like highly damaging ability, but he was casting it. He has a very telegraphed attack, like you are definitely will be able to dodge it as soon as you'll spot this. It's basically a meteor from the sky that has a green color on it. Other than that, it's a mage, a humanoid mage that tries to go into, for some reason, into melee against characters that are specialized in close quarters combat, like for instance Blade Master or Death Knight, if you count like Cadence instead of Force Wave. So this is why it feels weird for me. Yes, if you will keep going, it will make your reward better. However, the thing is that if you will die on the process of going on the lower levels, you will lose the progress that you had made previously. There is a checkpoint marks for you until when you reach like certain number of levels, but they are like, I do not remember exactly on what levels you will have to be to reach this like checkpoints. What do I mean by checkpoints? Like, let's say you died on certain level and you had to restart whole Shattered Realm. You will lose. You will not be starting like from level 1. You will instead start from the level 10 or level 15.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Alright. Slowly destroying this troll. I believe you will be like awarded with a blueprint for this item. I haven't checked it myself, but if I will most definitely will check it and tell you in more details on the next stream. But if I am not mistaken, you will be awarded with blueprint that will grant you the ability to craft those stones. And let's say if you die, you can go to the blacksmith and craft the stone. And when you speak to the NPC that opens up the Shattered Realm portal, you will start not from level 1, but from level 10 or 15. So this is how it works. This is how I remember like watching the video of other people doing so.
Can't do that.
Okay. Yes, it serves you as a key that teleports you to a certain level. Yep, exactly.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, I am slowly but surely approaching the homestead territory and everything that's connected with it. By the way, generally speaking, if you are like when you are leveling and you see like those two groups of monsters fight against each other, if you feel that you are strong enough, my best advice for you is to stop their fighting and aggro them towards your character. Because if they are killing each other, you are not receiving any experience points from it. But if you are scared, or you just want to reduce their numbers without even joining the fight, you can wait a bit until some of them like kill each other, and only then you can start the combat against them. For some archetypes it might be useful or on certain stages of the game. I will complete those side areas, yeah, like Pine Barrens, just like you mentioned, not necessarily because I am lacking the faction points, just for the record, I previously I had applied the writs that give me plus 150% bonus reputation to all of my friendly factions. So as you can see, except for the Barrow Home as well as Melmoth Resistance, I have them all to revere status. I am mostly interested in the fact that this Nemesis boss appear as fast as possible, and if you remember, in Pine Barrens you will be fighting against a lot of beasts, and all of the killed beasts that you will able to find will improve your infamy with the beast faction. As you can see, the beast is, I assume it's by default for any player that they will encounter first Nemesis boss against beast factions.
Well, if it isn't, I haven't been entirely honest with. I came upon the.
Yeah, I assume it's with any players, it doesn't matter with whom you are starting. And actually, when it comes to rewards, how, like you had asked previously, how many rewards you need to, like, how many bosses you need to kill, you'll need to achieve to, you need to go to the certain, like, how should I say it, checkpoint when you are killing the boss and you are getting the option and you like end the run and get your reward and continue further. When you like click continue, like, excuse me, when you clicked on the option to end the run on Shattered Realm, you'll be teleported back to a certain area which you can open a lot of chests and get your reward from the Shattered Realm. Okay, let's continue.
Skills not ready.
When it comes to optional areas and optional side stuff, like in general, I am interested in completing most of it, excluding only like secret bosses or super bosses like McDragon fight or Kalagadra in Forgotten Gods, all of this sort of stuff, because it is not my goal to like complete all of the campaign, including all of those secret bosses as well. Black Queen? You mean Mad Queen? No, I will be killing her. I mean, there is no. I was explaining on the previous stream, like, if you, the Mad Queen Rashalga, yeah, I believe it's the boss that you can locate in the secret area. I will kill her. But the thing is that she only drops something useful on ultimate difficulty. On the previous difficulties, she is like, there is no point of you even try to kill her, because I believe on normal she didn't give me anything, like anything at all. And on higher difficulties, when I had played like with the Death Knight character, she only gave me one green item on ultimate, if I'm not mistaken, and that's it. And this item wasn't even bad, wasn't even that good to begin with.
Can't do that yet.
Alright, so one more spot when you can preemptively go for your totem setup, as well as avoid getting yourself surrounded by those monsters.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, I had killed them all. Have I completed the return to Minova outside of the Arkovian? Wait, what? Oh, my bad. I hadn't completed this quest to get my extra, well, attribute point. Where it was exactly? Arkovian Undercity. I believe it's not here, it's here. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't paid that much attention to it. Yeah, and also the other thing that I hadn't accepted when it comes to quests, it's the the quest from one of those guys that ask of you to find her missing sister.
That skill's not ready.
You could have picked up your reward after you cleared the initial 5th level. After 5th level, you could have said like, I will stop this run and let me grab my reward. It's all up to you. Right, let's continue roaming through the mountain deeps. Oh, there's a lot of spiders who will die very quickly because of my AoE abilities. Yep. Honestly, I wish that they had, like, developers had invented some options for you to engage in a fight against Beast Nemesis in the main campaign rather than wait until the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. Because it kinda does, to me at least, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to invent a Nemesis boss for a Beast faction and only put him in the DLC areas rather than in main campaign.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, let's kill the Ikrix by dodging skillfully his cold ability, his freezing ability. Oh, and I also got those 2 elite worms. It's rarely that you'll be able to find them here, but it might happen. Okay, picking everything up, everything that I possibly can pick up.
That skill's not ready.
I like how I'm able to kill those spiders even before they were able to attack me. Like during those animations when they are coming from top. Okay, let's click on the stone.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, so far on Elite difficulty and above, it seems like that you'll be facing against a lot more elites than you used to, than you used to have on normal difficulty, but that's the thing that I expect by default on any ARPGs. It's just that in Grim Dawn it has a unique thing that is attached to it when talking about the faction, as well, like the enemy factions plus the Nemesis bosses. Because in other ARPGs you just fight those elites for the sake of it, for the sake of having better gear and whatnot, but in this game I like how the developers had added this twist. I mean, this unique perk.
That skill's not ready.
And yes, while just running around through the remaining areas of the mountain deeps, killing those worms, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome perhaps for all of those who has just tuned in, or watched the stream from the beginning, or watched this recently,
That skill's not ready.
any of my other videos, nonetheless welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Andreyevitz, and I'm playing Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite included,
That skill's not ready.
as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist. Main type of damage being Vitality damage. And my endgame goal when it comes to this character is obtaining the Dark One set on Ultimate difficulty. If you want to look into specifics of how this character is going to look like on Ultimate difficulty, you can type the build command in the chat and it will show it to you a Grimtools link with every possible detail that this character is going to have, like components, augments, skill allocation and whatnot. Additionally, when it comes to those of you who are interested in Grim Dawn streams, there are other commands such as beginning, drop, farm, which you can type and it will show it to you, tell to you general information about certain nuances which are useful for beginners or advanced players. When it comes to other useful information which you can learn about this game, some aspects of it, you can most certainly check the either beginner-friendly tips and tricks video that I had made discussing the boss's most dangerous attacks, how to dodge them, as well as what type of resistances you will need to have on certain stages of the game, what you can neglect for a certain amount of time. Additionally, I had made an edited video guide, well, not necessarily a step-by-step guide, more of a tips and tricks for those of you who are more advanced into this game for Elite and Ultimate difficulty. There I had discussed such aspects like changes of the behavior of some bosses, whether it be higher casting speed, attack speed, movement speed, or like differences in the phases of the fight of some of them, as well as what type of endgame components you need to have and why are they better than early game ones. All of those you can find on our YouTube channel. The link is right below the video player in Twitch, so you can check it out later at your own leisure. If you have any question, feel free to ask them in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. For other parts of this particular playthrough, you can check video on demand section on Twitch or on YouTube. When it comes to Conjurer playthrough, it has a separate playlist for you to see for your own eyes how I was able to get to the point where I am right now. And also, I'm going to comment from time to time, like about certain gameplay aspects of this character, or analyzing some of his abilities, just for you to make things a bit more informative, because it might influence you over creating and playing this character, trying him out, or vice versa, it might discourage you from doing so. I mean, it all depends on your choice. For instance, when talking about the advantages and disadvantages of this character, the short version of it, like straight from the get-go, is that this character, while leveling, has a very low physical resistance and low damage absorption effect. This means that you have to play carefully. You cannot just go into the fray and hope for the best. Plus, you'll have to play around your setup more often than not, which means that how well you are moving through the battlefield, kiting monsters, as well as healing at the same time, is going to be a decisive point of you either achieving success or failure. this character is most certainly requires from you to have like map awareness as well as microcontrol. It just takes some time to get used to initially, especially if you are used to play or accustomed to play as a like close quarters archetype character, and you want to try something more unique. Like I was doing, I was initially playing a Dead Knight, and when I switched to this character, at the beginning stages I wasn't that successful when it comes to going through the content as well as killing monsters and whatnot. But from time to time I was getting accustomed to all of his strengths, which he does have, to compensate his weaknesses a bit. For example, his outstanding healing capabilities, as well as AoE damage and damage as a whole over time. So he does out damages, in my opinion, the Dead Knight, especially in a prolonged fight, and out heals him. You just have to decide whether or not you in general like this archetype or not, but it takes, once again, it takes time to get accustomed to all of these things that he has. For instance, for getting maximum efficiency in the later stages of the game, you will have to utilize all of his arsenal of skills. As you can see, all of my panel, I'm utilizing every possible ability to get maximum damage, healing, etc., kiting, reducing resistances and whatnot. It's not to say that from the beginning you'll have the same amount of abilities. No, over time you gradually will add like second ability, third, fourth, fifth, and so on and so forth. Alright, so let's get back to Algrim in the Deadman's Gulch area.
So how good work?
Continue level pumping points into the possession. Exclusive skill. I am usually first opening the homestead territory just because I want to have an option to craft dynamite, like more dynamite to get to other optional areas along the way.
These are.
Alright, I will check the homestead faction gear as well, because I believe they had something for vitality damage, more useful than guys in Devil's Crossing.
I'm going to check.
I'll skip the Legion is split on two.
I believe I should have went into conflagration area preemptively or beforehand just to get the cannons back to the homestead. Because the thing is about the conflagration area, you'll be visiting it later once you'll be having your quest to go to Port Valbury. It's just right now it's only useful for completing the quest to return cannons to Black Legion. Okay. I mean, it's not necessarily like... Yes, you get a quest to go to Port Valbury from a faction, from an outcast faction from Fort Icon. I mean, it's her last quest in her quest line. Also, while mentioning the save point, it's not a traditional save point like you used to have, for example, in other games. It's like a... They should have give you either a blueprint or an item which will allow you to, when crafted, to teleport to a certain level, rather than starting from level 1. It's just that I do not know on what levels you will be able to get this item or a blueprint. No, you do not rush to possession. You go, like, after completing the Curse of Frailty and Vulnerability, you go for 12 points into Bloody Pox. I have 14 just because of the bonuses from items, and 12 points into Wasting. Like, let's say you are getting like 2 per level. 2, I had personally leveled up in the certain order, like 2 points into here, I mean 1 point in here and 1 into Mastery Bar. But you might level differently, putting 2 points into Bloody Pox and then into Wasting. You do have to have like those two up and going. Additionally, you need to have like some points into Blood of Dreig before reaching to the in the possession exclusive skill.
That skill's not That skill's not ready.
Okay, let's continue. Do not worry that much about legendaries when it comes to higher difficulties. You'll be getting quite high numbers of them, especially the more powerful versions. On normal difficulty, it's fine not having that high amount of legendaries, but on the higher difficulties, you'll be getting quite high numbers of them.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, those scarecrows needs to die. It's not to say that this character is heavily reliant on having legendaries, but I understand the... how should I put it? The pleasant emotions when you have, especially the first time when you're playing through the game and collecting legendaries. It's the same thing that actually happened with me. I genuinely thought that having and collecting legendaries, stashing them, it's going to benefit me in the long run. But the thing is that over time you'll start to learn that not all of the legendaries are useful to have, and you only require... some builds only require few of them to operate efficiently enough. There was a point when I had, like, I can elaborate more on this. When I had played a Death Knight, I was having, like, I was not selling my legendaries and I was putting them all into the transfer stash, because I thought that they were useful for future characters. And when I reached closer to the end of Elite difficulty, I wasn't able to put anything more into the stash, just because how high numbers of legendaries I had. And I was forced to sell the less powerful versions of them to be able to make some space for additional items.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, almost reached the point where I am going to fight against this boss that protects those cannons. I had tried it a couple of times to use the dynamite to get components from them, but the thing is that you have to do this practically quite often to get necessary results. Cause I dismantled like 3 legendaries, and with the help of dynamite, and I only get components that I had already in vast numbers, and they were common, not even rare ones. So from that point on, I asked the more experienced people of whether or not you should even continue to do this sort of stuff, and they said like you need to dismantle a lot of those duplicate legendaries or just rare items for you to get a good effect. Like, what do I mean by good effect? For you to have more chances to obtain rare components from them rather than just common. Alright, let's debuff them. I mean, this guy. No, inventory is full. Okay, I get it. Okay, let's get back to town and sell all of the stuff. Just not to hear this annoying noise that my inventory is full.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
What time am I visiting this town already for just to sell items? Is it 3rd or 4th time? I believe it's 4th time. Let's see if I am lucky and if I am able to find among my items any Void Harbinger words. I mean, people who had like more experience than me, they said that you need to dismantle even like from 60 till 80 items with the help of your dynamite, but I do not see that much of a benefit for me to do so. Perhaps in the long run it will play it will grant you a certain benefit, but as of right now, and especially since you have dismantled way more items than I did, like 50 and above, I need to ask you a question. Did you have more rare components from them or not? Or you just have common components most of the time? Because if you have like rare components that are used for, like, let's say for example crafting those spell scorch platings or Ogdenbok leather, it's one thing. But if you are constantly getting common components from them, what's the point of dismantling them in the first place? Right, let's sell. Yeah, it's trash. So far, no Void Harbingers. Well, of the Void might be a bit useful, although it has low percentage towards vitality damage. Mine has 166, it only has 106. So, nah, sell it. Sure. And final one. Nope.
See you around.
Yeah, I guess if you take into account all of those factors that you have mentioned, then probably it's worth it to do, but in my opinion it mostly depends on whether or not you require those rare items for you to go for. Well, if you are lacking resistances and you have duplicate items and you can dismantle them to get the crafting components for them, then yes, it's worth to do. By no means do it, but if you are just getting common items and you are not seeing any significant result from it, why even bother? You mean rare components? Like those ones? Yeah, it's like the thing that I have collected from previous playthrough with the Death Knight. As well as like some blueprints and whatnot. All of the stuff. Yet still, I do not have like all of the necessary rare components for crafting. For example, there will be an item later on which I will be replacing with my runestone called, let me show it to you, prismatic diamond, if I'm not mistaken, and it requires an additional components for me to have. Like, let's type it prismatic. Yeah, this thing. So as soon as I will have in more than enough elemental and ether resistance, I can safely remove runestone from it and put on its place this thing, because it will add not only like more spell absorption, it will add more damage absorption, which once again compensate this character weakness, having lackluster number at the beginning, at the first place. Additionally, it will grant me like total speed, movement speed, casting speed, that will benefit me in combat situations. But to craft it, I do require to have an arcane spark. Okay, I can craft it right now, but as you can see, 12 Chthonic Seals of Binding, gone. And those things, yes, I will replenish some of them when I will be facing against Occultist. But most importantly, the majority of those components will be used towards crafting, like, let's say, if I type Vitality Damage and I scroll this here, yep, this Soleil's Decimation. For Eye of the Storm, Conflagration, Inferno, and all of those relics. All of those components for it. Right, so let's get back on track into this area.
I can't do that yet.
You want to know, by the way, on Ultimate, a little bit of spoiler, what will happen when you approach this thing on Ultimate difficulty? What additional monsters, excuse me, will spawn right near it? Because on Elite difficulty there was only like this ethereal summoner guy, a couple of monsters, nothing zombies, nothing that scary. On Ultimate difficulty, when you approach this boss, right near it, there will be 3 flesh hulks, like those bigger ones. Those are like changes that will occur on higher difficulties, one of them at least. It's like same quest, but with a bit of twist. a bit of a twist in it. For some, this might be an unpleasant surprise. I mean, it all depends on how powerful your character is. Okay, let's talk with this guy and said that I had already brought back their cannons and I forgot to craft an additional dynamite with them. Blacksmith, where are you at? There you are.
Scrap metal.
Where are your dynamite? I am looking at the wrong menu. This is the right one. Yeah, 14 should be more than enough. Okay, and I was supposed to mention... I mean, a pleasant surprise would be if you are... Let me elaborate more on this. Some of the monsters... Yes, I know what are you trying to say, but let me clarify what do I mean by pleasant surprise. Some of the monsters have the ability to drop a specific item that a build, like that a... how should I say, that a certain build is required. For instance, if you are playing a Blade Master that you are specifically hunting for a certain type of monsters, for you to have those dual wield swords that can be obtained from those bugs, from some of the bugs, not all of them, from some of the bugs and bugs bosses. And additionally, those Flesh Hulks, they also have a certain item that is specifically beneficial for those who are utilizing a physical cadence build, to handle physical cadence build. This is why I said that for some, it might be a pleasant surprise, because you might get lucky and from those monsters you will have a chance to get the item that you have farmed for so long. It's not a guaranteed chance, so it's still a chance. Right, let's check the vitality damage.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, so I can pick up the better book from them, which I will most certainly do, because I was playing right now currently with the level 50 version of it. Yeah, sadly I hadn't reached the form icon, so this is why I will lose the ability, the augment the Outcast Death Touch, but as soon as I'll get there, I'll reapply the augment back on my rare offhand. Okay, so let's buy it. This thing is not that important. And this is level 40, fine, this is not that useful.
Put it to good use.
Alright, since I'm getting this new book, I should teleport back to Devil's Crossing and apply the Hallowed Fang on it. Yeah, so as you can see, little by little this character becomes more powerful version of a build, like in general. Alright, so now I'm going to the Pine Barrens area. Which, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you need to go this way. I am losing some HP numbers just because those magical augments, which I had on my items, on some of them, they did give me a bit of HP as a bonus. Okay, once again, hi, and welcome to the stream. I am searching for some elites or monsters rather than just common ones. Like, to be honest, for me, make like a, to me, if I'm going to make like a subjective comparison between the other archetypes of characters in this game, I should play in the nearby future a character that mostly depends on auto attacks to deal damage rather than attacking from a distance, and to comment on the things like how difficult it is to level him up, especially since in this game there are a lot of stuff that you need to be actively dodging and avoiding. So it's one thing to comment from a caster perspective, like melee caster, range caster, and the other thing to comment from the, like, let's say melee cadence build or blade master or whatever the case may be. I mean, excluding the, I'm not talking about sword and board build, because like I was saying before, I think that shields in this game is completely broken when it comes to how much defensive stats they have on them. Even if you are capable of finding a decent enough shield, your defenses will be up like by 1.5 points, well, not points, by quite a lot in an instant, even without any of your magical augments, defensive components, so on and so forth. And I was explaining, and I also give the example, precise example, to be completely honest. I was finding a shield that had on 50% elementals. Yeah, they are good, but good in the sense that they are actually broken. They are too good for what they have to offer in terms of defense. It's not necessarily to max out your build defense, it's actually kinda going crazy when you're going with the defense. The thing, if you're equipping a shield, that by default not only is going to make you extra durable, but you'll have so much defense right on top of your character, even without augments and components, that you are practically becoming a living tank. But that's not to say that this, like, all of the characters require to have a shield. It's just that I think, well, it's my subjective opinion, that shields should be nerfed a bit when it comes to how much defense that they are giving. I mean, name me one item that gives 50% elemental resistance and 40% chaos resistance, even without augments and components. I specifically look at Grimtool's database, like if there was any item excluding shield that has those type of parameters on it, and I couldn't find any example other than this shield that I was talking about. But yeah, like, if I will going to play as a melee character, like in the nearby future, and I'm going to go in a point-blank range, I will not utilize a shield. It's not because I have something against guys who are playing with the shield, I just, once again, subjective opinion, I think that those shields, the defensive stats of the shields are actually broken. They should be nerfed a bit. Alright, let's continue going through this area. By the way, when you are leveling, watch out for those manticores in this place, because they have a nasty multi-hitting attack, especially if you're on first difficulty, that can, if you are getting surrounded by manticores and they are attacking your character at the same time, they can actually kill your character quickly. For this build, for this particular Conjurer build, it does not require from you to have a shield. Because otherwise, if you would wear a shield, then you will lose this bonus from a Lantern constellation, which only works if you have a scepter, dagger, or caster offhand, meaning that this thing will not work. The mana regen as well as the bonuses towards your offensive ability will not work if you have a shield. I would only recommend you to like play with the shield if you're playing like a, let's say, physical damage cadence Death Knight combination between soldier and necromancer, and only then go with the shield. But when it comes to Conjurer, no, do not pick him up. Do not pick this shield. Alright, clearing all of those hordes of monsters. I should have went straight for Manticores instead of clearing those Grubbles as well as Brighthorn Horrors. No, the thing is that he was asking whether or not he should be playing with the shield if he was sticking with the Conjurer class that I am playing. And I was explaining to him, like, if he would replace a caster offhand with the shield, then he will lose the bonus that he will have otherwise from the devotion. Yeah, it's only because of the devotion. Okay. Alright, another Manticore. Yeah, like, be extra careful around those Manticores when you are just leveling up on normal difficulty. Especially with this character. Because you, at this point in the game, you will not have all of your healing abilities, plus your damage reduction abilities up and going, so every hit that you will take from them in a short time span will definitely going to deplete your health bar quite drastically. Alright, so one quest has been completed. So I should go and report back to the Pine Barrens Rift. The thing is that if you're playing straight from the beginning and you have collected the Manticore Poison Gland, and it still will show you the stars on your minimap that as if you haven't picked it up yet, it's not a bug, do not be worried. You just have to turn this quest in with this NPC, and as soon as you do this, every other Manticore in the Pine Barrens area, in the Jagged Waste area, will not going to be marked as a star. Unless you take into account the other boss, which is the Pride of Jagged Waste. Because some beginner players might think that this is a bug. Right, where's this boss? I believe you need to... Yeah, there's another elite and another elite. Yeah, it might happen. Nothing This thing might happen along your leveling process. Count it as a natural learning curve. I mean, in this game, monsters more often than not only are attacking you in numbers, they are designed in such a fashion that they are tend to surround your character more often than not. So yeah, like, just take it as a part of a learning curve. Okay, I do believe that this Manticore is going to be right here. Yeah, I was right. It's already aggroed. I mean, Manticore is she, not it. I believe, if taking into account the Greece mythology, it was described as she. Alright, a party full of elite monsters. One defensive parameter that I should definitely need to improve, especially in the later stages of the game, is how resilient I am towards the stun. This is going to play a crucial role, especially in Ashes of Melmoth, because there will be a lot of golems that have a stun attack, either through charge or through default attack attached to it. And hitting by them in one attack after the other might turn a good fight into a bad one. Luckily, like I was saying in the previous stream, you can try to craft some items that will give you like additional stun resistance with the help of Blacksmith in the Steel Cap District or at the Melmoth Sewers, depending on where you're at the game when you will go to the Melmoth itself, because every blacksmith has its own unique bonuses, and in Melmoth the blacksmith has the trait that whenever he crafts an item, he adds to it a certain % of stun resistance. Oh, and I already can complete the other quest with those Black Legion guys. Okay, pick up 2 more and go immediately back towards clearing those areas. I had to go to the bottom.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, once again I will elaborate on how I am playing this character and what rotational skills I'm using, just for you to get a better understanding for how things went in battle, as well as get a general idea of why am I prioritizing one skills over the other in certain when fighting against certain enemies. So from the beginning I was like I was leveling with, I start from the beginning and commenting on like I was leveling with the Devouring Swarm, and then as soon as I had unlocked the Wendigo Totem, I started to prioritize getting either monsters closer to it or getting my character like, well, aggroing monsters and then running with my character around those totem. First it was one Wendigo Totem, and then the Storm Totem is going to be added to your arsenal. This initially like might seem like you are forced to stick to a certain territory, certain area, and yes, you are right if you assume that way. What do I mean by it more specifically? This means that for a speed running or for going through from one area to another as fast as possible, this character is not your perfect option, because he does require to play around every now and then around his totems, and they do have limited range, meaning that if you outrun them, if you run from them far enough, they will not, well, especially if monsters are aggroed towards you, they will not going to work. So this means you are kinda limited to a certain area that requires some space, but that does not mean that you will have to constantly stay on one place, I mean, and take a hit, because like let's say that this area will be fully infested with those pools or debuffs from monsters. What, you're gonna just stand there even if I was telling you before that you are forced to play with your setup? No, that's actually not the right way to play this character. You will need to reposition yourself and create new totems and start the whole process of kiting and running around from the beginning. Additionally, as soon as you will be able to unlock the Curse of Frailty, which serves not only as your crowd control ability, but as your resistance reduction with the help of vulnerability aspect, you will be able to not only deal more damage from every offensive ability, but you will also be able to debuff vast numbers of monsters more efficiently before they will have the opportunity to advance. And this is actually the thing that I am constantly recommending everyone to do before you engage in a fight. Go for debuff first, because you do have to take into account that this character is vulnerable when he is surrounded. This means that if you will debuff your monsters preemptively beforehand, you will reduce not only their movement ability, which by default means that even if you will be getting surrounded, this will happen later rather than sooner. And the other thing is that when you will attach to the Curse of Frailty an ability, like in my case, for instance, Wendigo Mark, it will heal a certain portion of your HP back as long as this effect is active and procced on monster. So once again, before engaging in any fight, in majority of cases, you should go for your Curse of Frailty. But one important distinction: do not spam this ability. Because this ability has a high uptime, meaning that it lasts long enough for you to proc your constellations. If you are trying to spam it, you're just recreating the negative effect on your monsters, and that's it. You're not adding to the debuff, you're just recreating it from start. The other thing that I would recommend you to do as soon as you will be able to unlock the Laripox is to go for your wasting. Laripox itself is good because it has the reduction to enemies' health, which is going to be especially noticeable on higher difficulties or just on monsters that are tougher or have HP numbers like Flesh Hulks, Golems, Ethereal Golems, those statues in Forgotten Gods, etc. But when you take into account wasting, it creates a whole new layer of how you can play with this ability, because it compensates your weakness of having low physical resistance. It reduces offensive ability of monsters by 180, and this is a huge number if you ask me. It not only diminishes their attack damage from the regular attacks, it also diminishes their attack damage from skills, critical attacks, basically from every source that you can think of. And once again, just like with the Curse of Frailty, do not spam this ability, cast it once. It takes 1 second to go on, to take this effect on, and then it spreads to nearby targets. Additionally, wasting, you will not going to be having the wasting aspect on your skill bar. It will just add the effect on top of Bloody Pox. So this is not a separate skill. This is an addition to Bloody Pox effect. So this is why wasting is so good when it comes to playing as a Conjurer. Like I was saying, not only because the health reduction, but most importantly because you are compensating your weaknesses by reducing enemies' offensive ability. The next thing that I will wish to add is the Devouring Swarm ability. In my case, I'm also using the Whale of Rotage constellation proc that I had attached to it. By itself, Devouring Swarm serves as a good reduction to vitality damage, but I am using it more than often just to add an extra source of healing. And because it can pass through enemies, it means that when you are hitting multiple enemies with it, you are creating multiple sources from which you are capable of regenerating your HP back. Even if you are not taking into account the defensive reduction. Later on, I will be also playing with the adding to this whole number of abilities Sigil of Consumption, as well as its modifier called Destruction, which if you read closely, it adds yet another healing source, because 15% of attack damage converts to health even on first level, as well as vitality damage on top of it, which are the thing that you are looking for, since you are a vitality damage user anyway. When it comes to Blood of Dreek, the effect, well, I haven't leveled it up fully, but I see the benefits. I do not see any disadvantages in using it. I only see benefits, because you are getting not only passive HP regen from it, as well as offensive ability, which improves your damage even higher. You are getting from it, with the help of Aspect of the Guardian, physical resistance. Once again, it compensates your weaknesses of having low amounts of physical resistance, as well as poison damage. When it comes, well, first of all, hi and welcome to the stream. And when it comes to Rashalga, I had killed her. I will be killing her on this difficulty as well. I had killed her on normal difficulty with not that much of a problem, to be honest. I mean, I am aware of how she attacks and what do I need to dodge at this stage of the game, so you cannot stand when facing her. You cannot stand on one place. That's non-negotiable. Even if you're playing an auto-attack character, there will be a point where she will scream 3 times, and when she screams for the 3rd time, there will be an aura around her that basically makes every attack from her those red spikes that she was able to shoot, not the worms. Remind you that she was able to shoot. they are having the shotgun effect, meaning that those shells from those attacks, if they are hitting you at once, even if you are playing as a tank without damage immunity, you will die like in no time, in an instant. It's not only this is not only adds a life leech to her attacks, but it also grants her the ability to shoot at you those spikes. You remember that she shots like around her those spikes, which spreads the shells on whole of the room. So they have the chance, you have, well, every character has a chance of absorbing all of those shells in. And if you are unlucky and you are getting hit by all of those shells, you will die no matter what happens. Especially, well, I can tell you, like, from... I had watched some videos, even people had tried, like, more experienced people tried different builds on her, and even those tankier ones, like, let's say, Warlord, or like Physical Death Knight, or like Tactician, if she is capable of one-shotting your character even through all your layers of defense if you are just standing there and wailing like her, with her like this and not moving at all. So this is why, and especially since this character is a specialist at kiting as well as hitting monsters from a distance and healing at the same time, I do not think that this character in particular have like a lot of problems against is going to have a lot of problems against Rashalga in the first place. Yes, to a degree, but you do have to keep in mind, well, I had aggro spiders, that she is capable of killing your pets as quickly as she's capable of killing your hero with those spikes in mind. I mean, you just have to control your pets and give them a command like to move away from her when her red aura is active. As soon as the red aura is going to be run off, then it's your turn to strike back. So every type of range character is going to have a better time against her. That's including even those pet builds that you have mentioned. You just have to keep in mind, like, always keep track of whether or not she used her aura or she is just screaming. Like, your indicator for it is not only visual one when you see the red aura up and going. Okay, you're welcome, and thankfully it helps. Once again, not only a visual indicator, but also the scream. She screams 3 times before this aura activates. So after third scream, this aura is going to be active, and this is your time to just evade her attacks as much as possible. Okay, let's go out of this cave. And let's go back, complete those 2 quests just to gain a bunch of extra experience from them. That's one, that's second, and finally the last quest in their quest line. Which means that I need to go to the Tyrant's Hold. And yes, at this point I am only cleansing the devotion altars that has the monsters that are guarding them. I am not wasting resources to recreate those other altars just because I had my constellation build completed at this stage. And if you are going to create them just for the item's sake and experience sake, I think it's not worth it, because you'll be losing more than you can gain back from it. Okay, this road has been blocked. I shouldn't have gone there in the first place. Should go straight for the Tyrant's Hold. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this... Yeah, there is an area right here. And also let me elaborate more on it. Like, I am speaking from a person who already has bought DLCs, and I had activated the devotion points right there. But if you just bought the original campaign and you are playing through the normal and elite difficulty, you will still not going to have your devotion build fully completed at this stage of the game. Meaning that take my words into account only if you have bought the DLCs already with the main game. This means that you right now, if you have bought them, that at this stage of the game you should have already fully maxed out devotion constellation setup. But if you haven't, go for it, like restore your devotion, like those ones, those shrines, activate them if necessary to complete the constellation setup. Resist, you are talking about resist, so she deals, let me elaborate on what type of damage she deals. She deals poison damage, that's one. Second type of damage, she deals bleeding damage. The most hurting type of damage that she is dealing is actually piercing and physical damage. Because those spikes, when they are shooting, they are counted as a piercing projectiles, as well as her regular auto attacks. Those are the most damaging, like piercing as well as physical resist are the stuff that she is capable of doing like the most damage with. Okay, let's go up this road. Yes, once again, hopefully it helps, but if anything is unclear, you are free to ask any question. I will do my best to answer this. Yes, when it comes to... it might look like I know what he's talking about, because I was in his shoes when I had played this game for the first time, and I had experienced myself what it is to fight against her and what type of damage she was able to do. So this is why I'm trying to help everyone to elaborate on some of those aspects that is unclear, just for them to get a better understanding of the game mechanics, of different aspects, to make things a bit easier for them. Yeah, the Occultist class in general, I mean, the Conjurer, combination between Occultist and the Shaman, is... I find his gameplay to be more... how should I put it? Demanding, yet more variable, more interesting to play with, rather than, like, Death Knight, especially physical Death Knight. I do not wish to disrespect those who might try the physical Death Knights. I am just saying like what are my subjective opinion, like straightforward, compared between those two classes. Hi and welcome to the stream. Initially, like I wasn't pleased with how well I am playing with this character, simply because I was trying to approach... I was playing as a Death Knight and I had used to one play style, and when I tried to apply same gameplay to this character that I'm currently playing with the Conjurer, things were not so good looking. I was hitting quite often, I was even dying quite often. So this is why it takes some time to get accustomed to a certain archetype, so this is... but when you eventually will do so, it will grant you, like, not only satisfaction at the end, but also... Which classes do you mean? That okay, so as a beginner, if you are like a complete newbie to this game, there is a command that might be useful for you called !beginning, if you type it in chat. it will grant you like a short information about what classes is considered to be a best beginner friendly class. And also thank you for the following. I had played Death Knight as a two-hander with the spammable Force Wave combined with the Soldier. I hadn't played him as a summoner. And my type of damage was the physical / internal trauma. No, not the beginner, but the beginning. If you look closely, there is a list of commands specifically dedicated towards Grim Dawn. Yeah, the beginning. And it will tell to you like what type of characters you will be you would rather play as a fresh start. While you are typing this, I will give you a more detailed insight. As a fresh start, you will be no offense taken. I mean, I initially hadn't any commands up and going. It's just the thing that I'm currently using right now. I had created them specifically for this game. So yeah, like as a beginner, you might try 3 different classes. First of them is the Death Knight, either Ether or Physical Death Knight. It depends purely on your choice. With the Death Knight, you have a good damage potential, good tankiness, and average healing. The second class that you might try as a complete beginner is a Tactician. Death Knight is a combination between Soldier and Necromancer. With the Tactician, your damage choice would be a physical damage. Tactician is a combination between Shaman and Inquisitor. And finally, you might want to try Conjurer, is the class that I'm currently playing as a beginner. And Conjurer has a vitality damage, and he is a hybrid between the Shaman and the Occultist. So those are your go-to options if you are just starting this game and you have, like, you are wondering what character should I play if I do not have any blueprints, like components, items, and I do not know what awaits me, and I like have to survive somehow in difficult portions of the game. If you like, I can elaborate even on more aspects when it comes to Conjurer. Like, Conjurer actually has, I forgot to mention that Tactician, yes, he has a great tankiness capability, great defense, he has good damage, but his healing is lackluster, whether it be passive or active healing. When it comes to Conjurer, his defense is very weak, especially when you are leveling, but his damage and healing is the thing that will most definitely surprise you in a pleasant way. He has an outstanding damage and healing capabilities, especially in a prolonged fight. So those are your options when it comes to just starting with this game, like without any blueprints, without like fresh start, completely from scratch. Alright, in this area... yeah, I need to check the side corridor as well. One subjective thing that I think that this character is also good of when it comes to Conjurer is how well he clears the big groups of monsters with his AoE damage. Practically every skill that he casts deals either spreads to nearby targets or deals great AoE damage by itself. So for example, like the Wendigo Totem or Corrupted Storm Totem. Alright, clearing those grubbles. So let's check whether or not I have cleared every stash from its containments.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that.
Yes, it's worth it. It also depends on what blacksmith you are actually using. Allow me to elaborate on this. Every blacksmith has its unique bonuses when he is able to craft the item. For instance, you might looking for a chaos and ether resistance. Then this means that you might utilize blacksmith from a Black Legion, which can be located in Homestead or in the Fort Icon. Or you might want to this one. Yeah, the Celestial. To be honest, I do not think that it's worth it to utilize them to craft the random legendary items. You might want to ask why. Because he demands a lot of rare components. Yes, precisely. I mean, for me, it's not worth it because he demands a lot of rare components, which can be very useful for you, especially at the end of Elite and going into the Ultimate. You will need to have a lot of them to craft your, for example, Spell Scorched Platings, as well as Ugdenbok Ladders, later on like Prismatic Diamonds and whatnot. So for me, I tend to save them in favor of defense. I am not necessarily interested to having like random legendary because I had tried it and couple of times with the Death Knight character that I had previously played, and there wasn't even that good to begin with. So it was a waste, to be honest, in my opinion, it's just a waste of rare resources that you can save and spend later on having either better defense or better offense. Because at the later stages of the game, you will have to have a vast quantities of those components, because otherwise you might be forced to just go in and do this sort of farm runs over and over again to compensate the thing that happened to you during your leveling stage, because you decided to stop and craft like a couple of those items and it wasn't worth it at all. But it's just my subjective opinion. Perhaps there will be some person who was particularly lucky and he got like legendary that he wanted with the help of this blacksmith. But I wasn't one of those who got lucky and crafted a good legendary from him. There will be yet another blacksmith, if I'm not mistaken, when you will be in Forgotten Gods DLC, which have the similar properties. He can craft legendary items, and I still think it's not worth it. Also, the one thing that I find quite pleasant about vitality damage compared to other types of damage is that it has a unique effect attached to it. Basically, whenever monsters have more amounts of HP, you will be dealing more damage to them. The same thing works against your character as well, so you might be on the lookout if you're playing a, let's say, tankier version, something like a Warlord or a Death Knight. But it is especially noticeable if you will play on higher difficulties, like on Elite or on Ultimate, or if you will fight against like monsters who are generally by default have higher numbers of HP, like Flesh Hulks, Ethereal Colossus, so on and so forth. Okay, I advise you to not rush especially if you are playing for the first time through this game. I advise you to check every nook and cranny of that you can possibly find, especially if you are interested also in the like lore or in general about what are happening in the game, in the world that this game is created upon, what our NPCs have to say, because there will be the unique thing that I had find particularly interesting about this game is not only it gives you the ability to choose certain outcomes when it comes to quests, which by default adds a high numbers of hours that you can spend on replaying this game and seeing different outcomes, but it also allows you to, like, if you are speaking to other like NPCs, some of them even react negatively or positively towards your actions. Some of them will even try to counteract you in a certain way. So this is without spoiling that much. I think that this is a thing that stands aside, like makes this game unique from other ARPGs. Yes, it's basically percent value based, you are right. So, I mean, it has a flat damage on it, whether it be on active constellation procs or on items, but the thing is that when it comes to how it functions, the thing is, like, the higher HP monster have, like I was saying, the more damage you will deal to them thusly. Yes, you're completely right when assuming that it's percent based. It's just not noticeable that much in the beginning of your journey, especially when you're trying to level your character from scratch, but when you're going higher and higher by levels, especially if you're dealing with those monsters that have higher HP numbers and you're applying, like, let's say this, even Bloody Pox by itself, it adds 10 to 14% reduction to enemies' health. One cast of this ability automatically means that one cast of this ability automatically means like the tougher monsters will lose like 15 to 20,000 HP even without you hitting them with like Wendigo Totems, Curse of Frailties, Devouring Swarm and whatnot, and the other types of your skills. Okay, let's smash those boxes and then move to the boss of this area. You know what? That's an interesting question. Personally, I do not think that Wendigo Totem is too good because of, well, I do not think that it's broken, that practically you are playing with like every hardcore player, as you said, like playing Shaman because of the Wendigo Totem. They yes, it's good because of this effect, like Blood Pack, that converts the attack damage and adds additional healing to you, as well as it heals by itself when ability called Life Tap is happening. But you always have to take into account that you are forced to stay close to it. I mean, you cannot, or monsters have to stay close to it. Let's say that I had placed those totems in, and this area was like getting, this whole area was infested with debuffs such as acid pools, chaos pools, let's say otherwise ether pools and whatnot. You are forced to change your position, which means you are automatically losing, first of all, the ability to heal from it, from one part, meaning from this thing that only works as long as you stand within its aura. And secondly, while doing so, monsters will not just stand there, they will be following you. Thusly, you will lose a lot of damage in the process. Meaning that when this character is forced to reposition quickly, you will be losing not only damage, but healing output at the same time. There is some instances, for example, where this will play a vital role for like when I was playing through Tomb of Heretic, like it's a roguelike dungeon in the Forgotten Gods, located right here, and I was getting surrounded by monsters. When I was forced to reposition, I was losing like a lot of HP in the process, as well as damage. One thing, if you are standing on it and attacking, That's one thing, but if you are constantly try to move away from it and recast it, that's completely other thing. So no, I do not think that Wendigo Totem is too good, to be honest. And you have to take into account that there is some monsters that will not allow you to heal from them. They will take damage, but your HP will not regenerate from them. Such as manticores in Ancient Grove. Some of them, especially a boss, has a full immunity to your attack damage conversion to health. And when talking about whether or not this game is... Okay, you use a two-hander, so your options, well, first of all, if you stick with the shaman, your options with the two-hander is limited to those two skills. For example, like Primal Strike, which works with the two-hander, or with the Savagery, which replaces your default auto attacks, and you'll be dealing bleeding and lightning damage in the process. You cannot go wrong by playing both of them. It just depends whether or not you want to have more AoE, which in this case you should go with Primal Strike, or you want to have more single target damage, which in this case your best option should be picking up Savagery. Also, do not forget, if you are picking up the Savagery and Primal Strike, do not forget to go with the Brute Force as well, since this skill works no matter what ability you have chosen initially. Those two skills, as you'll read closely, it activates of default weapon attacks. Same thing with this skill. So Feral Hunger and Upheaval only will work if you will be utilizing Savagery. It will not work if you will go with the Primal Strike, because Primal Strike is a skill but not a default auto attack replacer. For a shaman, a good thing to have, well, first of all, you need to decide what type of damage you want to go with, whether it be lightning, bleeding, vitality damage. If you're let's say, like, if you're going to handle melee weapon and your choice would be lightning damage, then your best second class for, well, not best, but your options for a second class would be either Soldier or Inquisitor, or let's say to a degree Arcanist, since Arcanist also have some of the defensive abilities that might interest you. If you are going to go with a bleeding damage, then once again your choice would be to go with the Soldier. Once playing with the two-hander, if you're going with vitality damage, you can either play with Shaman plus Occultist or Shaman plus Necromancer. The difference between, like, going... yes, and once again, you're welcome. The difference between, like, let's say if you want to go with more defense in mind, if you are satisfied with your damage output, then yes, Warder is your go-to option, because Soldier by default has a vast number of skills that will grant you extra defense. But when you are going, like, for example, if you feel like your damage is lacking and you want to have it even higher, then you can go with the Shaman plus Inquisitor or Shaman plus Arcanist. Okay, so let's kill this boss in this area. Actually, let's first grab the hidden spoils. Yeah, right here.
Can't do that.
It's an option to have, like, the combination of Shaman, but it's like... this is not... If you are just starting to play this game and you do not have, like, any of your blueprints up and ready or any of the items, then you might want your best choice is to go either for like a Death Knight combination between Shaman and excuse me, Soldier and Necromancer. Yes, there are super bosses and even secret bosses which you need to unlock them. You need to, like, how should I put it? You need to be performing certain actions to get to their areas, as well as unlocking the fights against them. I have collected a legendary shield, which I haven't seen before. Yeah, lightning retaliation. It's a thing. Yeah, like for every person, this game reminds them of some other game that they have played in the past. For me, for instance, this game mostly reminds me of Diablo 2, as well as to a degree Diablo 3, but I didn't like Diablo 3 that much, so I prefer Diablo 2. For some, this game is reminiscent mostly of Titan Quest, well, some areas Titan Quest. When it comes to... Yes, this game is definitely faster than Titan Quest, but not that fast as, for example, Diablo 3 or Path of Exile. Okay, so I had completed all of their quest line. Let's go into the Gruesome Harvest and Infested Farms. Yep. Yeah, like compare. If I am willing to compare Path of Exile with the Grim Dawn, I would say that Grim Dawn has more appeal if you are playing throughout the campaign, if you are leveling, if you are going for your secret bosses and super bosses. So the more meat, quote unquote, you are going to find in the campaign rather than at the end game, if I'm talking about Grim Dawn. And this is actually the thing that I am liking about this game, because I do enjoy like leveling my characters, going through the gearing process, as well as fighting against different types of elites, bosses in campaign areas. And there is a unique trait that is attached to it, meaning that when you just start playing the game out, and you probably might have noticed that some of the quests have a freedom of choice. You will have the opportunity to choose different outcomes for certain quests, which means that when you are just trying to play for the first time, you will not see every possible options for you, and this adds a great value for your additional characters. If we are talking about base game, you are probably going to beat this base game at level 48 or level 50, closer to those standards. If I'm going to exclude the usage of the potions that grant you extra experience, because there is such a thing in this game. To level up your other characters faster, you can buy if you have the DLC, you can buy the potions that grant you the extra experience when you are leveling. But normally, excluding those potions, you are finishing the main campaign or vanilla campaign, call it however you want, closer to level 50. Okay. Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, in the end, it's your choice. I could just without spoiling too much, I am going to say like the first DLC called Ashes of Malmut is the direct continuation of the main campaign. But when talking about Forgotten Gods, count it as a separate story. I mean, talking about lore notes, not lore aspects, not necessarily gameplay, because you also have to keep in mind that each DLC have its own like class, what it unlocks. I believe Ashes of Melmoth unlocks Necromancer for you, and the Forgotten Gods unlocks Oathkeeper, as well as the variety of additional items for you to have. So yeah, but it's nothing terrible will happen if you just play through the main campaign and see for yourself whether you like it or not, and if you are willing to buy a DLC. No problem, you can ask additional questions if something is still unclear. Okay, so upgrading my possession skill. Yes, and thank you for the follow. So putting extra points into possession skill definitely have its benefits. Once again, I am seeing the difference when it comes to how much health I am losing from every attack. Additionally, how much like additional chaos resistance I am having at this stage of the game. And that's even without me having the components that grant me those extra resistance towards chaos. I mean, on some items I do have it, but I am talking about like Sanctified Bone and whatnot. There are components that grant you the extra movement speed, as well as there are skills that will do it. It also depends on what class or character are you wish to start with. For instance, there is also skill that grants you the charge. There are also skills that grant you charge ability or dash ability and glyphs. So yes, the movement aspect of this game is good. It's not like pumped to a high degree, like for instance in Path of Exile or Diablo 3, but it's still good, it's still present here. Yes, I also heard about Wulsen and how it has come out on Steam, but when talking about like the problems that Wulsen game has, for me, at least for now, it outvalues, like it does not attracts me that much as, for instance, Grim Dawn, at this stage at least. I might try it in the future, but at least for now, it's too early to judge. Yes, and also DLCs, since you have talked about like they are on sales. Well, first I should mention that Grim Dawn is the game that I see quite often when they are trying to do those Steam sales and whatnot. But the price of the game as a whole and just the prices of those DLC is not that high for this genre, in my opinion.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. I do believe that this area contains a corpse, which will activate a... Yes, like in normal difficulty, that will activate a hidden treasure quest. I just need to find it, so this is why I'm roaming through the areas in hopes of finally locating this guy. I mean, this corpse. it has a random location where it can spawn. This is why checking at least majority of infested farm areas and later on the rotting croplands, it's good. Yep, the hidden treasure quest. It's just that the corpse, as I believe, if I remember it correctly, on Grim Tools there is 5 different spawn areas of this corpse. By the way, I haven't tried Warden myself, so I mean the whole primal strike ability, how good it is for leveling and whatnot. Especially on Elite. I mean, I have tried it on normal, but I haven't tried it on Elite. Yes, the thing about the resistance aspect is on some characters it's easier to upgrade your resistances than on others. For instance, if I was mentioning like Soldier, with him getting extra resistances is basically a joke, because he has not only 2 passive abilities that grants him extra defensive stats, like Decorated Soldier and Scars of Battle, he also have a ton of armor absorption as well as physical resistance, just basically for free, as well as stun resistance. Oh, and also Hidden Treasure, it's the quest that you can complete in this area. It's basically is no, not the hidden path, the hidden treasure. Hidden treasure is the quest in infested farm. Once you locate the corpse, it will leave you the lore notes as well as the map, where you basically click on it and it will show to you like hidden treasure quest has been accepted. And once you will do it, on this map there will be a place which you can blow up with the dynamite, and once you will enter there, you can click on a chest and gather your hidden treasure. It's just that for you to be able to use your dynamite there, you first need to locate and find a map for this treasure chest. And by the way, this area contains 2 places which you can utilize dynamite on. One area that I'm currently heading in, it's another optional area for you to fight against a demon boss. This way. Yes, there are, to be more specific, 5 spots where this corpse can spawn. It's completely random where you can find it.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's destroy this demon.
Can't do that.
Okay, so once this demon is destroyed, let's go back now and visit the areas where we might fight against the harpies, the elites. By the way, after killing that demon, you can talk with those NPCs, and they will shed some light or elaborate more on whom this demon actually was previously, and what are they thinking now that you have killed this particular demon. Oh, the passage upwards is blocked, but I had spotted an elite. Yeah, but sadly it's the eye variety. Usually those eyes, well, some of them, as soon as they are seeing you, they are starting to run. Not all of them, but some. Oh nice, he attacked me through the wall. Some of those, by the way, if some of the classes has the ability to attack monsters through the walls, even bigger ones, you can cheese this way some monster encounters, especially this is especially noticeable if you are going through the Bastion of Chaos, roguelike dungeon of this game. And you are playing like, let's say, well, range caster, melee caster, whatever the case might be. Because there is like those barriers which you are clicking on and they are either letting you in or blocking your passage. Monsters are usually, as soon as they spot your hero, they are start to gather right near them. And you can use this to your advantage, especially if you feel like you are not that strong to fight them head on. Okay, those vanguards, guys. Yeah, getting closer to the spot where I can fight against harpies. Hopefully, on this difficulty, there will be a bunch of elites, because on normal difficulty, there was like 4 regular harpies, and that's it.
Can't do that.
Only 1 elite?
That skill's not ready.
Not that tough. Okay, so I should check the houses to the left. That's, I believe, the last ones that I hadn't visited yet.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, so this hidden wealth treasure. So as soon as you have collected this treasure map, you can read it. It will elaborate in a more detailed fashion where you can locate the treasure itself. But I'm going to show you straight away where you can blow the stones. All right.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, this is not the right turn. You just need to stick to the left borders of the map. As soon as you will get close enough to it, the star on your minimap will pop up, and thusly you will know that you have come to the right place. Okay.
Can't do that. Can't carry it.
No, my inventory is full. God damn it. Okay.
Can't carry anymore.
No,
My inventory is full.
I will still get to the stones to blow them up before going back to town. just for the purpose of showing viewers where you can do this exactly. Almost there. Yep, there it is, detonation site. And as soon as you blow those things up and click on the chest, your quest will be completed.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, let's get back to town and sell the stuff. So this is my 5th or 6th visit back to town when my inventory has been completely full. Let's see whether this visit will be lucky and I will be able to find a Void Harbinger item on words on some of those items. For those of you who do not know, Void Harbinger is the combination of words that are considered to be best in slot, or the best combination in general for all of those who try to deal vitality damage, chaos damage, because it has good percentage numbers on it, as well as the good amount of resistances on top. No, there are different towns in each act. At this point I am so used to teleport back to Devil's Crossing and do all of my inventory management in this place that it's practically becomes a habit. Because it's easier for me to, like, if I had pick up some new item, use the inventor lady to reapply my augments, put every component back in the stash, so on and so forth. But do not be worried, there are a lot of towns in this game that serves you as your hub areas for selling stuff, putting your components into stash. Like I said, it's a matter of preference and habit at this point. When it comes to what you are going to look for what specific stats you're going to look for on items, first and foremost you need to look for the damage type that you are dealing, whether it be like fire, cold, lightning, poison and acid, pierce damage. You'll get the idea. Second thing that you will be most interesting of is just what resistances, what numbers of resistances does the item have, because resistances are the thing that you cannot neglect, especially if you are going for higher difficulties. Damage is good and all, but the thing is that in this game, the game itself does not penalizes you in any way, shape or form if you have a low damage and high defense, because there is no timer. Well, there is a timer, but in Shattered Realm, but this is a completely optional area. So let's exclude. We are talking about the campaign. There is no timer. There is no enrage mechanic that activates whenever you are hitting monster or bosses too long and he will one-shot you. Nothing like this. For those of you who played MMO might be familiar with this aspect, but if you have the gist of it is there is no such thing as having too much defense, especially whenever you are getting higher and higher in your difficulties on like Elite and Ultimate. You will be having said that you'll be stacking not only your defensive ability, your resistances, your armor rating is important, your defensive constellation, like in my case I am having the Solemn Watcher, the Lotus, the Eel and Sailor's Guide, which all of them give me some percentage number of defense and boost up my protection abilities even higher. So do not underestimate the power of defense in this game. Yes, not only they not only debuff the resistances, but also monsters have more damage reduction abilities than before. For instance, I was trying to explain previously that for Sharzul, which is a last boss in Bastion of Chaos, has a 50% chance of reducing all of your resistances on normal difficulty. On elite and on ultimate difficulty, number rises to 60 and 70%. I know that you can dodge this ability, I know how it looks like, but still, let's say you are just hit by this ability once, and I do not have high overcap of some of my resistances, but let's say like my 80% resistances got diminished, or 93, by 60% or 70, and right after this I am getting hit like with his fire attack, with his regular auto attack. I will be closer to a death's door territory. So this is why resistances or defense parameters in this game is very important. Okay, let's continue to sell all of those items. This I need to, yeah, I can sell this already. Yeah, sadly nothing useful so far. Practically sell this whole inventory slot. Do you mean performance, like in general? How well does this game run on your PC, or how well are you, like, performance trying to, how well are you going to play this game? Well, I'm not very good at like technical things and whatnot. I can recommend for you to check also on what. First of all, let's talk about like general stuff. Check your system like parameters as well as system requirements. If it's more than optimal and it still heats up, then perhaps it's time to check what also what type of programs are you running, like with this game. Like maybe you're running too much additional programs, and if this problem still occurs, you might also want to check how well are your CPU is being cooled off by the fans. Like perhaps you might need to have a better cooling system and whatnot. But once again, this is just me speaking right on top of my head, because like I was saying, it's not something that I specialize in. Wait, I have spotted Void Harbinger. Where it is? Yes. Yes, finally, guys, we had located a better item. Void Harbinger. So 5 visits to town with full inventory, or 6 if I'm counting correctly, and only 1 Void Harbinger item. Let's buy this back, let's not sell it. I mean, in general, this game is not very demanding on your hardware, so it might be just like more of something going on with the cooling system rather than the game itself. But perhaps I am wrong. I mean, at this point I do not know exactly what to say more.
Put it to good use.
Let's learn this blueprint.
Got something you need stashed?
Let's put everything extra back into transfer stash. As well as this Void Harbinger, super useful. Blueprint, basically, as soon as you will learn a blueprint, you will be able to craft an item with any of the blacksmith that you will encounter on your journey, on your campaign. So when you are just starting the game, yes, the crafting purposes, you will not have that much of an accessories, relics, weapons, items that you can craft as well as components. But once you get enough blueprints, you will be able to craft them via usage of this guy. Or any other blacksmith that you will encounter throughout your journey. Right, so let's go back in town and complete some quests. The homestead. First things first, talk with this guy. And then with the woman that's standing on top of this building. Alright, so this is going to be it, guys, for today's stream. I would like to thank everyone who was watching it, and also for participation in chat, for your question. I am always enjoying to give an informative answer on it, to give my opinion as well as other people's opinion, to commentate on what's happening, as well as commentating on what's in general is best or worst option for you in the game. Nonetheless, once again, thank you and welcome that you have watched the stream, that you had participated in chat. If you had missed other parts of this character playthrough and you want to check how I have reached this point, you can watch it later, either on Twitch video on demand or on our YouTube channel. All the links you can find in the description. Also important to note, if you are a beginner or more advanced player, you might want to check the 2 edited videos that I had made on our YouTube channel discussing such subjects as what type of resistances you might want to have on certain stages of the game, what dangerous attacks bosses have and how to dodge them. That's for beginners. For more advanced players, I have discussed what kind of behavior bosses have on higher difficulties, meaning higher attack speed, casting speed, as well as movement speed, what phases of the fights are completely changed on higher difficulties or slightly changed, as well as what higher endgame components you might want to utilize once you go into Elite and Ultimate difficulty. Additionally, if you want to know the precise schedule of my Grim Dawn stream or my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can check the schedule graph, which can be found either on Twitch or on our social pages like Twitter or Facebook, as well as on YouTube in discussion section. And if you want to support us directly, consider visiting our Patreon page. There you will be awarded with different perks and bonuses depending on the amount of money that you are willing to pledge. The thing is completely optional, but an option is still there. Nonetheless, once again, thank you everyone for watching and participating in chat. I wish you all the best, and I will see you all on the next stream. Take care, guys.